Morning. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm Lynn Seeney. I'm the Director of Environment at Hertfordshire County Council, and we're the responsible authority for the local nature recovery strategy. But as you've probably gathered from the invites, we haven't done it alone. And in fact, we are now one of many players who have got the strategy over the line, and now we look forward to moving into delivery. Can I introduce you to our first speaker, Councillor Paul Zukowski, who's going to welcome you more formally.
Thank you, Lynn, and welcome. As Lynn said, I'm the Cabinet Portfolio Holder for Environment, Transport and Growth at the County Council. Whilst thinking about the LNRS and what it means for our future, one of the things that I like to do on occasion is to reflect back on the past and what choices we've all made in our past. That gets us into this room today. And for me, one of the key things was 2 decades ago when I decided to get involved in local politics. And I often reflect back about that point and about that decision, because I got involved in politics when my kids were really young. The core driver behind me getting involved was that it became clear to me that I needed to do something. I couldn't just sit at home and shout at the telly and not try and have a voice that could do something. I wanted to make a better future for my children. And I think we all should want to pass on to our children a future that we can be proud of. Hertfordshire's a home county, isn't it? It's got many places that are quintessentially British. And I expect all of us here recognise landscapes and their constituent parts as a central and fundamental part of that character and heritage. So many positives making Hertfordshire a superb place to live, work and play. Core components of that landscape, of course, things like the mighty oak, the rolling grassy hills, the babbling stream, things that we think of as quintessentially British. The problem is all of those are under threat. Oaks from drought and acute oak decline. 85 to 90% of unimproved grasslands been lost to agricultural development in the last century, a century and a half. 10% of globally rare chalk streams are found in Hertfordshire, but none of them are in good condition. Pollution, urbanisation, abstraction and historic water management practices have all taken their toll. And threats to nature continue. Looking forward, we can see some of those threats emerging if they're not already here. Pressure on land from development, particularly housing, is really intense. Hertfordshire's lost 76 species in my lifetime. Declines continue in woodland species, birds species, freshwater species and others. The local nature recovery strategy, which is why we're here today, is a major and critical step to help us make a better future for us all. We need nature, and we know we need nature for our mental and physical health, as well as the ecosystem services it provides. Cleaning our water, reoxygenating our air, locking up pollution, and nature needs us all to step up. The LNRS is a fantastic tool to help us do exactly that. It's benchmarked where nature still has sanctuaries, where future sanctuaries might be, and how they can be connected. Thank you all to everybody that's contributed to producing the LNRS. Your input's hugely appreciated and totally essential to deliver such an amazing outcome. Now, the strategy could sit on a shelf, but it now needs to be delivered. We need to deliver it. We need to come together as a community to tie together all the hugely positive work that's already happened, from safeguarding wetlands, improving ancient woodlands, restoring sections of chalk streams, and managing rare grasslands and meadows. Just yesterday, I was told by somebody I think may be in the audience, may not be here quite yet, that one of those species that disappeared from our county in the last 60 years, a truly iconic one, the nightingale, is back in Hertfordshire. A farm in the west of the county has recorded nightingales for the first time there in over a century. So it can be done. The evolution of the local nature recovery strategy into the delivery vehicle, the Hertfordshire Nature Recovery Partnership, has already begun. Working together is crucial to that success, and we have to succeed. Let's come together, have those conversations, work out the way we're going to deliver, and make our county a haven for nature. If we manage to succeed, the legacy we'll leave will be one that we can be truly proud of. Thank you very much.
Paul. Thank you, Paul. I'd now like to invite Nicholas Buxton, the High Sheriff, who is working on Nurture Through Nature for his year in office. Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I'm delighted to be here at this Nature Summit, the local nature recovery strategy. Thank you, Lynn, to Peter and Mark and all those that have played a part in this since this all began, I think, in about 2024. Seems a long while ago. We've been sat here several times. I'm here for some preliminary reflections, really, just to set some scenes. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And I think for the purposes of today, I'm wearing two hats. I'm a farmer, a land manager in the east of the county. I'll talk to you a little bit about that in a second. And I'm also High Sheriff, which, just for those that may not know, is a one-year voluntary role supporting charities across the county. Has a particular responsibility for the police and the criminal justice system, visiting the prisons, probation service and things like that. But for the purposes of today, I'll focus more on the charities and the theme that I've used in that to that end. So why engage? Well, as I've just said, my wife and I, we live in the east of the county near Ware on a family farm at Easney. And we've been closely involved. I think our first entry-level stewardship scheme was 2008. We're in mid-tier, we're in higher tier for our woodland. We're very lucky to get into SFI just before the door slammed shut last March. We've done a lot of work in the chalk stream through the good offices of the Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust. We've managed to restore, I'd say that's one of the Hertfordshire chalk streams that's in good condition. I'd say that's a good one. We do a lot of surveys for birds and butterflies, so we're heavily invested in that. Stewardship matters to us. It's also big money. We've lost BPS over the last several years. It now really matters to us that those checks come through, and we work for it. So we're following nature for nature's sake, if I can put it in those terms, at home, at the farm. We're also extended out to the farmer clusters because that's how we achieve scale. My wife established the Ash Valley Farmer Cluster, and about a dozen farmers meet regularly to try and extend what we do across the Ash Valley catchment. And we're trying to extend to the county, and that's why we're here today. Going on from that and to something wider. Oh, let's go to the next slide again. Next slide. That's it. Thank you. To something wider. I am the High Sheriff, as I just explained, and each High Sheriff has a theme. And my theme, as Lynn just explained, is Nurture Through Nature. It was my good fortune to read this book towards the end of 2024 when it was published, written by Baroness Professor Cathy Willis, Professor at Oxford, called Good Nature. And it's explaining the science of how nature improves our health. And I've been applying that in my year. I've been looking to those that are suffering from poor mental health, special needs, those with ex-offenders, how can we rehabilitate them back into our community, and the inactive. So that was a really good bit, and I highly commend that to you. And I'll give a plug for a lecture. She's coming to lecture at the university on the 16th of March, which will cover a lot of these topics. So that was an important theme for me. But there's also the agenda of public health, and that's something I want to talk about next. This theme is developing very fast. The government is very interested in encouraging access to nature. There's big savings for the Treasury, and I think that's a very important angle to lie alongside the nature for nature we talked about a second ago. So just touching very briefly on that public health bit first. The NHS published a 10-year plan for the years 2025 through 2035 in July of last year, Fit for the Future. It tackles prevention over treatment. It looks to develop green spaces for physical activity, social connection, stress reduction, looking to address health determinants before clinical intervention becomes necessary. It's 200 pages, but it's a really important direction of travel that the government is taking with this. Just last week, the County Council and the Heart Sports Partnership at the university sponsored a seminar, which they invited me to, for green social prescribing. Maybe new to some of you, but it's all about encouraging doctors to prescribe walking, volunteering, getting involved in community, in the outdoor, in nature. And it's a big thing. £2.42 of benefit has been assessed as being available for every £1 invested. The Treasury is very excited about this. This thing. I'm going to do it wrong. That one? That one.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet.
Secondly, Natural England strategy. I was just speaking with John Torles earlier from Natural England. He's talking to you later, so I won't steal his thunder on that. But another major document that was prepared on the 6th of November 2025, just being published, creating nature-rich areas for people to enjoy. Walking, gardening, conservation, volunteering. Just look at these statistics. 85% of the population lives in towns and cities. A third of the population cannot access quality green space within 15 minutes of where they live. I think the Hertfordshire statistics are a bit better than that, but all the same, it's a major priority to be able to allow people to access green space. And that last one, regular access to green spaces reduces GP visits by 28%. That could save, according to this strategy, £2.1 billion a year. There's a huge saving to be had here if we can get people out and about. So coming then to my bit as High Sheriff and what I've been doing. I've been quite busy. These are all the dots. These are the charities where I visited this last 10 months or so, the length and breadth of the county. Some are very large and well known to you. I've met people from Wood Oaks here. Some are much smaller. I'll talk to you in a second briefly about Begin Saplings. But they're wonderful charities that are employing nature as a place, a haven, somewhere people can regulate their emotions, they can be connected and settle their minds. Mental health, it's a huge thing, as we'll know, both for young people and for the old. And I'm now just going to pick out 5 very briefly to illustrate these points. I wonder if some of you know this one. I came across this recently, the Masonic Fishing Charity. This happened to be working at the Rib Valley, where they have 25 young children from local schools. In this case, it was lakeside schools for special needs children. Just magical. These are very disruptive children. They have one-on-one sessions for a morning with casters who are volunteer anglers, who talk to them about fishing, who allow them to throw out feed onto the water, to cast a line, to watch the ducklings and to hear the bird song. This is so powerful for these young children who are very difficult, disruptive people. And the letters of thanks that this charity has received from both the children, but also the teachers, expressing wonder at how these children are able to extend their attention span and get involved. It's a wonderful thing. Here's a second one. This is the Mudlarks, which is a local charity. This operates out of Hertford. I visited them early in April. It's just that the old people here, as it is, they are able to engage in productive activities, weeding and watering. They develop friendships. They grow plants. They understand the seasons. they get their hands dirty, they feel very rewarded, and they're growing produce that is sold in a local shop. It's a wonderful thing. The theme here really learning and disability, and hugely recommend that one. It's a fantastic charity. Saplings Begin, I referred to this earlier. This is very small. This is Bob, and his wife next door is Jane, just off the slide. They have dedicated their lives to a very small group of 12 young and young adults working in woodlands. They're restoring the woodlands, they coppice the hornbeam, they create stooks to protect the hornbeam, they cut firewood. It's very slow, they share a cup of coffee, and these children are in a safe environment in the woods, and it's just magic. It's my privilege in this role to be out and see this work, and it's wonderful. Here is nature really allowing young people to settle, and I'd highly recommend it. Tansanger Park, again, something very different, much larger. Again, this will be very familiar to there. Michael Charlton may be here, I don't know. But there's several, I think there's about 80 volunteers that they have there who are involved in conservation. They're pulling ragwort, they're planting trees, they're pulling Himalayan balsam. They're involved, they're engaged, they're helping nature, they're taking it forward. So, and they're combating isolation too. Quite a lot of these people don't get out all that much, but here they're in a collective activity. They're very engaged and excited and achieving something very positive for nature. And last but not least, the Hertfordshire County Council, another plug for them. Tony Bradford and his team run the health walks. 70 walks run every week for those, all graded from very short walks for those recovering from illness to those that want some serious exercise. This is organised, they're free, they're supervised right across the county. This is allowing people to engage with nature. Really, really important work, and hats off to them for what they do. So I think in summary, I'm keen to support, very keen to support Hertfordshire's LNRS, both for nature and nature's sake. And I play my part, or I try to, on our little bit of land and what we do. And also to encourage the public, the private and the voluntary sectors to engage in that as well. But secondly, and I think importantly, the agenda of delivering public health. There's big savings for the Treasury. This is what they're intent on. We all know it's good for us, and it can address and help the most deprived communities in our county, and particularly those with special needs. So I leave you those reflections. I'm very excited for this conference, and I look forward to all that we hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. It reminds me of sort of talking about mental health. I went into a woodland once on my own, having had a bad day, and I thought, oh, it's supposed to be really good for you to sing loudly. Maybe that will help lift my mood. So I let rip with a couple of tunes from ABBA, at which point 2 elderly ladies stepped out from behind a tree and went, is everything all right? Very embarrassing. Now, can I introduce Mark Wilcox? Mark's from Hertfordshire County Council, and without Mark, the local nature recovery strategy wouldn't happen. He has whipped everybody into shape. He has chivied everybody to deliver things on time, and he's torn his hair out when we haven't. So without further ado, I introduce Mark Wilcox, who's going to take us through the local nature recovery strategy.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see so many of you here. This is really quite a proud moment to see, a room of 120-ish people who really care about this, and to know that we had 50 plus more people on a waiting list, figuratively banging on that door trying to get in. So yeah, as Lynn said, I've been working on this for a while now, 3 years. We've been working hard to really bring this together. Now, I work for Hertfordshire County Council, but I'm here representing the Hertfordshire Nature Recovery Partnership. I emphasize that anytime I speak. Many of you have probably heard me say that before, but it's really important because this isn't the county council strategy. This is a much wider piece of work that is really owned by the county and the wide number of stakeholders that have input into it. So, what are the headlines? The LNRS is now published. Great news. So glad to get it out there and share it with everybody. It's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of ideas, and it's a really deep and wide in terms of content document. What does this mean in terms of where we go now? Well, firstly, it means that the local planning authorities across Hertfordshire have to have regard to the LNRS in their planning decisions. So when building local plans, deciding where to allocate development, they will have to look at the LNRS, see what the priorities are for nature within specific areas, and take those into consideration. When dealing with specific planning applications, the same is true as well. So any development that happens in Hertfordshire now, the person reviewing that will look at the local nature recovery strategy. They'll consider where it's being delivered and how it could be improved to deliver better outcomes for nature. And this is a real step change in what we do. Also, because of that wide buy-in and partnership work that's gone into delivering this, creating this strategy, I'm going to mix up creating and delivering several times in this. This is going to guide future nature projects across Hertfordshire. So within the county council, when we're thinking about our nature projects, our first port of call is going to be this strategy. What does it say? What should we be doing? And the same for all of those partners that have been involved. We have now launched and published a strategy, and that's a great achievement, but we need to deliver it. And the hard work does definitely not stop today. Just like to create it, we need partnership work. To deliver it, we need partnership work. You're going to hear later from several speakers about delivering nature projects, and you're going to hear specifically about what the HNRP that has been creating the strategy is going to do to support delivery of the strategy in Hertfordshire. But that organisation cannot do it alone. We need work at all scales, from small individual gardens right up to large landscape scale delivery projects. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I'll leave that to the third session today, but I'm going to talk to you a bit about the LNRS and set the scene a bit and give you a bit of info, which will set you up for the rest of the day. So what's so good about it? Why do we care that another strategy is out? There's plenty of strategies out there. Firstly, it's quite different from what we got before. It's digital. It's maybe 30 years too late for that to be exciting in itself, but that really is good for a strategy like this. That means effectively it's not just a written document. We do have a written one, and you can see it later, and it's very pretty over on that desk with Lynn. Lovely. But it's much more accessible than that. It's integrated into a web page. You can access all the information. You can search it. It links to further resources. There's multimedia levels to it as well. Specifically, the map element, it's map based. So it doesn't just say we should be planting more trees or we should be having more grassland. It tells you specifically where in the county we should be doing things and what we should be doing. And because that's in an interactive GIS map, you can zoom in, you can turn layers off, you can see exactly what you want. You can tailor it to view the information that you need. And it's a comprehensive nature strategy. So what does that mean? It's a biodiversity strategy. That's the core of it. It looks at improving nature for nature's sake, but it is more than that. It's got a wider view. It looks at how delivering biodiversity can improve the lives of us directly. So thinking about improving access to green space to improve residents' mental and physical health, how we can improve the quality of the water in our rivers, how we can improve our air quality as well, how we can lock up more carbon to tackle climate change. So in that sense, it's really got a wider sustainability lens. So what's it going to do? As I said, it identifies opportunities. It's quite different from what we've got before. It's got a slightly wider view, but we have had biodiversity strategies before as a county, and all of the partners involved also have had biodiversity strategies, policies, etc. The LNRS is slightly different in that it's a sort of a refocus on what we're trying to do. Policy is mostly focused on conservation of nature up until this point. That's really important work. So that's identifying where the key hotspots of high nature value are in the county and protecting them, making sure they're not destroyed by human activity or invasive species, fencing them, making sure they're managed appropriately. All important work that many people in this room have been involved in that definitely needs to continue. But what the LNRS does is looks beyond that and says that's not quite enough. We need to help nature recover. So we need to be creating new spaces for nature. We need to be looking at spaces that could be valuable but aren't managed that well, that would be in great locations to link up nature spaces of high nature value, and integrating nature into spaces that we don't really think of nature spaces, like urban environments. Lastly, I've probably said enough on this already, but who's producing and who will deliver it? All of us. This has been a strategy that probably the majority of you within the room have been a part of it. At some point, you've been to an engagement event, you've fed in, you've probably emailed me. If not, you've sat in many meetings with me and given great ideas that have culminated in this. We'll need to continue that collaborative spirit if we're going to deliver this well. So let's look at some of the detail of this. If you go to the LNRS webpage, this is the homepage you'll be met with. So on the right with the hedgehog picture there, we've got the full strategy. That's the bulk of the text. You can go in there, you can see the priorities and actions, you can get a description of Hertfordshire's nature, lots of really useful information in there. Next to that is the map. If that's not something that you use typically, a map-based GIS service, that can be quite overwhelming. There's a lot of information in there, but it's fantastic. So much work has gone into that. And there's really loads to set us up for the next few years. In addition to this, though, we've got some content that can help you understand what's presented in here, or present a lens for different perspectives. So we've got getting started with the strategy that will provide you with a roughly 5-minute overview of what's in the strategy, what its aims are, and how we're expecting it to work. And then getting started with the map, which gives you a full tutorial on how to use the map-based system. I cannot recommend strongly enough that you have a look at that. We spent a lot of time working on that to make sure it covers all the key functions, and it will show you how to use every feature we've put into the map and really get the most out of the LNRS. We've also got some specific guidance for different user groups. So for planners, developers, and ecologists, we've written some guidance in there, and there's some recordings of webinars that we've done previously that provide you with very detailed technical information about the LNRS for those groups. And the same for farmers, landowners, and land managers. So that's enough of my sales pitch. Let's look at what's actually in there. So as I said, this is quite a dense strategy. There's no way I can cover the specifics, and I can barely cover the key parts of it, but there's some parts I really want to highlight so you can understand where we're going with this. Firstly, I mentioned conservation. All of those orange blobs are effectively areas of high nature value. They're defined in a very specific way according to Natural England guidance. So they are either a site with one of the designations on the left-hand side or irreplaceable habitat. We have to include them in the LNRS. The legislation requires that we include those and only those sites in our layer of areas of particular importance to biodiversity. What's interesting looking at this map, though, I think, is how much there is. There's a lot of areas that already have some kind of protection or designation for nature within Hertfordshire. And these effectively will act as sort of hubs to build out from for a lot of the nature opportunities we're suggesting. That in mind, when we started mapping for the LNRS, we started with this map, and we built on that to create a focus area map. Focus areas is something we probably don't talk enough about, or I don't talk enough about when I'm talking about the LNRS, but these form the skeleton of the mapping that we did. So these identify key areas where there's a high concentration of nature opportunities or high nature value sites, as well as the key corridors to connect them throughout the county. So you'll see the sort of mauve layer across the top is the chalk ridge that runs through Hertfordshire, and a lot of the river valleys as well, connecting up north to south to key areas. When you have a look at opportunity mapping, you can see how this acts as the framework to build that. So this is the mapping for all of our habitat priorities and actions. There's a lot there. Previously, some of you will have heard me describe this as a technicolor nightmare, which I think still holds true. If you're going to look at the LNRS, this isn't the way to do it. That's really the value of the GIS map that we have online. You can go and look at specific bits you want. You can turn off everything you're not interested in. But this is just to show you how much has been covered by the LNRS. Now, again, we were guided on this. We couldn't include everything we wanted. There was specific expectation of land coverage given to us by Natural England. But this is, we think, the right balance. And this includes all of those habitats on the left-hand side. So for every coloured part of that map that you can see, in the written part of the strategy, we have got a priority and an action. So as an example here, there's a river, chalk streams and floodlands priority, and then one of the many actions we've got underneath it. You will also see we've got delivery guidance there, which provides more detailed technical information about how you can actually, on the ground, deliver what that action is. This isn't always applicable, and it isn't a requirement to follow the delivery guidance, but this is something that we put in to try and provide a bit of an extra steer. And when you actually come to do the work on the ground, it may be that some of it is deemed unsuitable or not applicable because of that site, but it hopefully gives you an idea of the intention of these actions listed here. In addition to those mapped actions, we've also included a lot of unmapped habitat priorities and actions. So these aren't mapped for really two main reasons, either because we think they can be done really broadly across the county, and to map them would be largely redundant, or because they require a bit more on-site assessment to determine what's appropriate. And there are two main categories of unmapped actions, although there are others in there, and that's farmland and urban. And these are both areas where there's already a land use that is not nature protection or solely focused on nature protection, but we think things can be done to improve those spaces for nature without changing those land use. So within farmland, we can look at restoring soil health and improving connectivity while still farming the land. And in the urban areas, we've got two great examples here of different scales of which we're working as well. So enhancing private gardens, showing that even on a household level, there's things you can do. And enhancing buildings and infrastructure, showing that actually planning has a role to play within this by incorporating more nature into our planning applications, into our development, we can really make a difference. Outside of habitats, we've also got species priorities and actions. So again, another map where I put everything on. Those are all the species that we've mapped across the county, and you can see there's quite a lot of coverage. The large yellow splodges there are arable plants, which again is something that can be done alongside current land use in farming settings. And the green splodges are swift opportunities. That's not all individual swifts. They are centered on the urban areas, again showing that urban areas really have an opportunity to deliver specific benefits here. So urban areas have been targeted specifically for swift opportunities. And following the same pattern, we've got unmapped species priorities and actions. So again, things that you can do very broadly across the county. For example here of planting more black poplars. Something that's added quite late in the day, and something that we thought was very important. There isn't somewhere specific that we need black poplars, but we need more black poplars. I won't take you over any more of the detail, but I will just make a final plea. Do have a look at the LNRS today in one of the breaks if you haven't already. You can find it at the address there, hertfordshire.gov.uk/LNRS. I will also be on a stall up at the top there. We have our physical copy if you want to have a look at that. Do not take it away, please. We are legally required to hold a physical copy, and I need to take that back to the county council offices today, or I don't know what will happen to me. Paul might decapitate me ritually or something. So don't take that away, but please do come and have a look. We've also got somewhere for you to make a nature pledge and tell us what you could do for nature today. And if you're already engaged in nature projects, come put them on our map upstairs. Thank you very much. Happy to take some questions if I've got time.
I'm going to wander around with the mic and I'll start at the back. What Mark hasn't told you is that He used to have very short hair, but he hasn't had time to get his hair cut because we've kept him really busy over the last 3 years. So let's move through. Okay. Hold on, just
Sure. Hi, Mark. G. Smedley from St Michael Parish Council and Save North St Albans Greenbelt. You've just mentioned the Habitat Priorities Actions Map, but I can't see it as one of the layers. Is that just because I'm viewing it on the wrong device? Do I have to view it on a particular device, but it's not one of the layers I can see? And then I've got just a quick follow-up on that.
Yes, so what I showed you was a compilation of basically a load of the habitat layers overlaid on each other. So you'll be able to turn them on and off individually within the map. But there's nothing named habitat actions. You have to click on the individual habitats. Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. So when we went out for consultation, we went with the latest version of the LNRS. We went through probably about 4 iterations of the mapping. That iteration included some areas in the areas of particular importance for biodiversity that effectively we couldn't include. We thought that they had a certain kind of designation, and it became apparent to us that they did not, so we had to remove them after the consultation to stay in line with the statutory guidance from Natural England. So with Hertfordshire Forest specifically, I don't know what designation we thought they had at the time, but parts of that area we believed to have a certain designation, which it turned out they did not. So the areas that still have those designations are still included in the map, but the others have been removed. Hang on a second, we can't hear you out of the mic.
so that the most issue areas they're necessarily will actually density. So therefore our has worked it is the first time anyone done this. So affecting the information that would be very assumptions about global function you. Certainly. Turn for
Good question. It contains a mix, I can tell you that, because the way that sites have been identified was partly through areas we identified as ecological opportunities, compiled with sites put forward by landowners from public and private spaces, and then they were compared to each other. But we have not recorded ownership within the final LNRS, and that's quite deliberate. I think we don't want personal data to be included within that, and it's a broader strategy looking at landscape scale stuff rather than who owns specific parcels. So I don't have a figure, I'm afraid. A really interesting question. So currently the LNRS, as Lynn was alluding to, is now published and cannot be changed because that's the legislation around it until it's time to republish. We don't know when that will be yet. Government will tell us. But up until that point, we will be collecting more information for the second iteration, and that is potentially something we conclude. We don't know exactly what we will be including in the second version yet, and we don't know how soon it is. What I would say is a shout out to the Hertfordshire Environmental Record Centre, that they do a great job collecting a lot of that information and provide up-to-date maps on that kind of thing, especially invasive species. So provide any information that you can on an ecological front to them, and that will feed into the future LNRS as well as updating their current records. Oh, sorry, I should say Alex is here from the environmental. Yeah, speak to Alex. Thanks, Alex. Good question. So there are plenty of areas that aren't included, and that is very much deliberate because if we map the whole county to say, do something great for nature here, partly it doesn't provide any guidance because you could just do it wherever you like. And it would be too much. We'd never achieve it, right? So we had to scale back. That was a legal requirement, but that also made sense in the context of this strategy. That doesn't mean that only the areas identified within the map are suitable for nature recovery projects. The LNRS doesn't put any kind of designation or restriction on either the sites it identifies or the sites it doesn't. It's there to provide a map of opportunities and guide. And those organizations that have helped to develop it will obviously have quite strong buy-in to it, and it should guide their activities. We hope that as people have also been given the opportunity to feed into it, you also treat it as a great manual to direct where action should be delivered. But there are no restrictions on either way whether the site's been identified or not. So if you've already got a great nature project underway and it's white space on our map, carry on. In fact, tell us about it. You know, we want to know, maybe that's somewhere that should be included in the second version. In terms of why the areas that have been included, I showed you that focus area map. It was really to do with, as I say, concentration of nature opportunities. So that might be existing nature sites and spaces that are currently not a space for nature, but provide a great opportunity to deliver some good outcomes. I couldn't obviously comment on a case-by-case basis, but hopefully that gives you a good understanding of the broad method. I'd be cautious about saying go ahead anyway, but I'd be saying, yes, great. talk to an ecological professional and see if it's appropriate there.
Particularly site, not immediate, they might countries. Size. Question is, there's a
Okay. Complex question. Again, obviously, I can't talk about specific cases, but now that the LNRS is published, the legislation is very clear that in planning decisions, local planning authorities will have to have regard to the LNRS. Now, in terms of the detail of what that means, I'm not a planner. Hopefully, there's a planner in the room who can interrupt me and tell me specifically where I'm going wrong. But broadly, that means that they will need to justify their decisions about development. So there will need to be some explanation to say, the LNRS says this about the site, this is what we've decided, and this is how we've reconciled it. In terms of the actual internal machinations about how that works, that will be up to the local planning authorities to interpret the legislation. But it is there in law, and I would say it's stronger than anything else we've had before, which is, I think, a really important step change.
nature strategy, opportunity area helps. Nature recovery strategy helps. And these are the key things should we do to sites. I don't know, has anyone seen the coverage recently of the parakeets on it's a barn wall? This is something that does is very interesting to me as a environment professional, environment professional. There's another question about urban development, how we can use it in such a way that get houses that we need, but also how we provide those habitats for nature. Because if we look at a tall building, it doesn't extinguish it from the cliff face. If we've got roofs that we can use for pollinators or particular types of plant, that would be similar to what we do in London. And if we can start to launch kind of like feeding spots in a corridor through an urban area, connect up somewhere that hedgehogs can go from one side through and be developed to another, then we should do that. And the guidance is there in the next recovery strategy was some of the specific species. Get builders and developers to pick this up and think that's a good thing to do. And it means instead of having an island of ecological improvement, we actually got that connected up. So there's a question.
Hi, Tom Williams. I'm MD of Maidcroft. Here as chairman of Hertfordshire CLA and chairman of the Forestry Starting Project. My question is one of budget. You and your wonderful team have got to this point, line in the sand, as it sounds like it's going to be. Have you got commitment for you to continue and carry on with wonderful work that you've done? And it sounds as though the map isn't a live document that's going to be continually updated, but it's going to have renewal points. Have you got a commitment to the renewal point, and do you know when that will be and how often
Sure.
the next phase will continue?
So I'll tackle the map first. So yes, it's published and static until it's renewed. Hertfordshire County Council has a legal obligation to renew it at that relevant point. We're designated as responsible authority. With local government reorganisation, that responsibility will pass to the new strategic authority. So there is commitment into the future to renew this and continue to support for it. The HNRP as well will continue in some form to support this as well. It will not be Hertfordshire County Council renewing this without the partnership buy-in that we've had to this point. In terms of budget commitment, so DEFRA provided funding to Hertfordshire County Council to support that legal requirement to deliver, create the strategy. Up until now, there will be a presentation later all about where we are going from here, and that will include detail on budget. So I won't step on anybody's toes. If you hang around to the third session, you'll hear all about that in some detail. Thank you. I think that's probably all we've got time for. Good question. I'm afraid not. We finalised the LNRS just before Christmas. Needed a bit of a lag to organise this event. So as it's now finalised, nothing further can be included. We did include a large amount of avian records through Hertfordshire Environmental Records Centre, and no doubt any information that's collected now will still be of use to the second iteration when that comes. Thank you very much.
And his views as the land manager on LNRS opportunities.
Thank you. Welcome to Hatfield Park. Here you are sat on part of the Gascoigne estate, which is the logo that you see up there. And I think it's quite an interesting perspective to talk to you from, because we're not only a farmer, landowner, we're also a developer. So the question about how development interacts with nature recovery is one that's really close to our hearts. And obviously part of this, where you're sat today and everything that you see over to your right when you go outside, is part of our leisure operation. So we have this really complex mix of different things that we're trying to balance at all given times. If my voice gives up in the middle of this, then I can only apologise. It's already starting to go, so bear with me. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this site, which is called Woodhall Farm, and how we're trying to turn it into a habitat bank. And what we're going to do is look a bit about this site, and then come back at the end to think about what we might have done differently had the LNRS been available at the point at which we went about this project. So for those of you who are a bit more local to here, you might know this site sort of sandwiched between Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield in what Jonathan Fisher would call the Green Corridor. You can see it's about 150 acres. It's a properly constrained site. So running north-south along the edge on that far side from me is the railway line. Running east-west across the bottom is the A414. And running north-south on the other side is the A1000. So it's a proper island of farmland in the middle of the two towns, which comes with some real difficulties. There's a lot of urban pressure. You get a lot of people walking off the footpaths, you get a lot of fly tipping, you get a lot of people driving through on sort of dirt bikes and quad bikes. And it's a real challenge from a management perspective. Not only that, it's really almost impossible to farm. It's terrible, terrible land, and also it's dislocated from the rest of our farming operation. So actually, as a practical bit of farming, it's really quite difficult to achieve anything interesting. And as a result, we spend quite a lot of time and quite a lot of money and quite a lot of effort achieving not very much, with some environmental impact. And obviously my role at Gascoigne is thinking about our sustainability work as well. So just sort of needlessly spraying fertilizer on a field, hoping that you might get a different result, feels a little bit short-sighted. So we took a little bit of a different direction. We also think there's no development potential here. So the question about where you might put houses, in terms of the purpose of the green belt, this would be coalescence between the two towns. It also sits in what we would call the Salisbury line, which is prior to green belt legislation, the estate established a sort of principle across this belt of land that we wouldn't encroach on our land holding. So as far as we're concerned, you can't put houses there. As you can see, it's primarily arable. It's about 70% arable. And then you've got bits of woodland in varying condition. You've got a river running through the middle of it with the associated sort of a bit of wet woodland and habitat. And then smack in the middle of it is a set of farm buildings, which we've turned into a little commercial hub. So at the moment, you've got a CrossFit gym and a pet daycare centre and a couple of other things down there. A French polisher. Anyone who wants their furniture polished, go down there. So it's quite an interesting challenge as well, trying to balance that commercial activity with the need for nature restoration as well. So we had some decisions to make. Do we continue farming it? Do we accept that in order to keep it managed, in order to keep it vaguely tidy, that we're going to continue farming it? Do we put it all into SFI? So sustainable farming incentive, what has become a bit flaky at the moment. We had the application deadline brought forward last year, meaning that a lot of people have missed out. But we did look at putting this all into SFI and seeing if we could make it commercially stack up that way. It looked okay, but it didn't look particularly exciting. And then since then, the whole thing has sort of gone up in smoke a little bit. Do we just abandon it? Do we just pretend it doesn't exist? Answer, probably not. That would be a little bit irresponsible. Do we re-wild it? Try and get that one out quickly. We could put a big fence around it, put some bison on it and a couple of coyotes, but I don't think the neighbours would be particularly happy. Could we, for example, do something with renewable energy? So we're exploring, some of you may be aware, we're exploring options around renewable energy locally. There's a precedent further up the valley here for a scheme that's just been consented, probably just about okay from the perspective of producing energy on the site. But there are obviously then questions about greenbelt and questions about visual impacts as well that we need to consider. So when you start building up the picture of what this site is, and you go back to this map in 1900, you start seeing something quite interesting. What pops out more in this map than it does in the satellite image is the river. And this notation that they seem to have dropped from the modern OS maps, which I think is a shame, which is liable to floods. And trying to think about why it is that land is liable to flooding and why it is that we have manipulated the landscape in a certain way. When you bring that into the modern mapping, you can see that, again, the river sort of pops a little bit more because it's now coloured in blue. But you can see these slightly artificially straightened channels. And the reason for that is that at the bottom of the site here is an old mill. So at one point, there would have been a water wheel in the mill that was producing flour. And it was so that the river had to be diverted and straightened in order to feed and power that mill. Now, obviously, that is not a function that we need anymore. But it has led to this particular sort of formation of the river. And I'm now going to start looking at some resources produced by George Pryor Palmer in the back of the room, and he's going to tell me off because they are draft and speculative. But he can tell me off later, and it's fine. So that's all good. So if you look at the way that it's composed, the southern channel is the one that eventually ends up powering the mill. The northern channel has also been straightened. And you can see in the middle, there's this historic channel. And that historic channel is in different flow conditions at different times of the year. But that's kind of where the river wants to be. There's also this interesting little side channel that's emerged over time, where effectively we're trying to push water uphill, and it's gone no thanks, it's gone the other way. And that's actually in quite good condition. And you can see it in section as well. Again, credit George Pryor Palmer here. The southern channel significantly higher than the floodplain, and even the northern channel is also above where it should probably be. Now you're going to have to indulge me here because we just got a drone and I enjoyed flying it. So there's some pretty shonky drone flying you're about to see. If this is going to load, there we go. So this sort of gives you a bit of a sense of where we are. So behind us is the railway viaduct. So we're facing effectively due east here, and you can see a little bit of a weir that's been built at the bottom there. And as we pan up, you're going to start to see how the river interacts with the woodland. There's 2.5 minutes of this. I'm going to have to start padding this out quite dramatically. And we filmed this about a week ago. So in wintry conditions, you get quite a good view of the river, and you can start seeing how the river's flowing in separate directions. Panning up, you can see how the woodland sits in the middle of the river valley. That's the 414 across the top. And these fields are also part of the scheme, which I'll show you in a second. So as we fly over, you can start seeing Bush Hall in the top corner, which is roughly where the mill is. And then you can see as well this sort of wet grassland sort of habitat in the middle, in the bottom corner coming through the screen now. You're about to watch the camera drop any second. Give it a second. No, not quite. So this here, it's a really interesting wet grassland habitat that actually when the area, there we go, when the area was resurveyed, we realized it was actually a much more interesting habitat than we initially thought it was. As you progress up the river channel, you can see how you've got these two, it is a bit trippy, isn't it? It's quite difficult to keep track of. You've got this channel, which you can see is basically trying to start being pushed uphill towards where the river is. And in the context of the wider landscape, this is probably the most interesting thing we have. And as a business, we're really keen on the rivers that we look after as part of our land management. This area looks really cool and quite interesting to me, but I'm not an expert, so I have to rely on people like George to tell me what we're seeing. We start seeing the little side channel that comes across the top of the street, where this channel's going up, the next one comes down, and then it reconnects on the other side. So it's just quite cool, and I thought I'd show you it because I like flying the drone. So this is what it looks like in LiDAR. So obviously, those of you who are aware of what LiDAR is, it sort of penetrates the top layer of foliage and gives you a bit of a sense of what's going on underneath. And you can see the historic channel as it's been laid out over time, that has been artificially sort of starved of water as a result of the work that the humans have done over time. And the basic plan is that we're going to block it. We're going to block these top channels, and we're going to allow most of that water to flood into the middle, and we're going to reconnect with the floodplain. Again, very draft. George, tell me off later. And the reason for doing this is because we think the river has a better brain than we do, and we think, what's the point in doing massive, heavy interventions when actually the river's going to decide where it wants to go? So reconnecting it to the floodplain and allowing it to do what it wants to do is not only going to be good for re-establishing some of that sort of wet biodiversity, it's also going to be good for things like natural flood management and the ability to hold water in this place instead of sending it downstream. And of course, downstream from here is Hertford. Right, it's going to eventually, all that water ends up in Hertford, and then Hertford floods, and all the insurance companies get very upset. So what we're trying to illustrate here is the power of these sorts of interventions to deliver multiple benefits for biodiversity, for people, for financial risk, and making sure that we can plan these things in a coherent way. And then sitting around all that will be a biodiversity net gain habitat bank. So these numbers, sort of forget them slightly, but to show you the intent is, on that far side from me is all the arable land. On this nearer side is what we're changing it to. And you can see a lot more new scrub, new woodland. We've got different grassland types, other neutral grassland, lowland meadows. And effectively, we're going to take this area out of arable production. Now, that's a challenge as a farming business, because we're thinking we're farmers, we want to farm. But ultimately, this piece of land we can afford to separate from the rest of the farming business for all the other reasons that I've already mentioned. The reason we think it works in terms of BNG basically hinges on the river. So we think we can generate a decent number of biodiversity units from that river. And as you can see, they're nationally rare. This is actually slightly out of date. There's an update, an updated version of this which has a slightly higher figure. They're nationally rare, and a biodiversity unit on watercourses, because they're so rare, demands a really high value, and also because it takes quite a lot of work to achieve them. The lowland meadow stuff, the modified grassland stuff, the woodland stuff is all there, and hopefully we can make it stack up by selling some of those things. But the river is the core of what we're trying to do. And that is the whole basis on which we're undertaking this project. So my font's changed. What is the point of the LNRS? The point of the LNRS, from my perspective, having worked on it now for the past couple of years, is to aid decision making. So we're sat there with a piece of land that we don't know what to do with, and we want to make sure that we're making the right decision on that piece of land. It would enable us to focus our priorities and to make sure that what we're trying to deliver aligns with what we should be delivering. Check it against the best available data and the best available science that we have. And then direct us to resources and direct us to expertise within the county to then deliver that stuff. So if we look at the same site in the context of the LNRS mapping viewer, with no layers on at all, it just looks like the sort of OS base map. And then you start adding a few things. You start thinking about additional woodland planting, and this then starts aligning quite neatly with what we've already intended to do after a series of professional interventions. You then start adding the sort of grassland measures, and you again start seeing how it aligns with the intent of the wider habitat bank. One of the things that was quite interesting about this is that the original ecologists on this site made a mistake because they hadn't incorporated the soil data into their thinking. Had we had the LNRS at the beginning, it would have given us a really simple prompt to say, hang on, no, I don't think that habitat's going to work there because, and we could have clicked on that square and it would have told us precisely that. You then start adding more and more layers and you start to see it gets quite noisy. So Mark's Technicolor hellhole is there. But when you add that big sort of purple splodge down the middle is the river. And what's noticeable to me is that the river, when you see it in this form, is significantly wider than the river when you see it on the map. And that says something to you. The other thing I thought was particularly notable was that little square in the middle highlights effectively a sort of fen-like habitat. And that is something that we only realized when George went and resurveyed the site, but it's something that the LNRS managed to pick up remotely. So that, I think, was, for me, the most sort of gratifying thing about the whole LNRS process is that data would have been there from the beginning and would have changed the way that we made that decision. And of course, when you click through, you get to the actions, and it basically says, do all the things that George has told you to do. Now, that doesn't mean you need to not have George involved, but what it means is that you can start having that more educated conversation with the experts that you're then employing. So, from my perspective, opportunities, shortcutting, knowing where to start. Right? If you have a piece of land and you're thinking, well, we can't keep on doing the same thing, this is a really good place to start. It gives you that robust information about what you could do, but it's not going to compel you to do it. And then it can direct you towards the services that will enable you to understand what you should do. And that means that the various people in the room, the Wildlife Trust and the other expertise who can then actually feed in and help you then design that project. And also, you know that you're going to be making a strategic contribution. You know that what you do is in alignment with the wider picture for the county. In terms of, in terms of limitations, it doesn't substitute boots on the ground. You still need people out there crawling around in the ditches and getting their waders on to make sure that you know exactly what it is that's there. As we've already established this morning, it has imperfect data, and you're going to find that there are bits on it that you don't necessarily agree with. But that is, I think, in some respects, a more helpful thing because it enables you to then start asking the right questions of your advisors. And it has incomplete coverage. And the reason I've asterisked that is because that is effectively the requirements of the strategy. We've been told to slim it down. We wanted more, and it's gone to because the requirements of the statutory guidance said that it cannot be as sort of broad as we were trying to make it. So those, I think, are the challenges of it currently. So if we started now, me as a non-expert, I would have started with the LNRS, overlaid that with what we think is important as a business, as a land manager, as a farmer. What do we want to achieve from this piece of land? From there, work with experts and partners to think about what's possible. And then, as Mark alluded to in the third session, think about what's fundable. and think about how you might deliver this through a mix of different funding streams. There are real opportunities, I think, with the LNRS to make the accessibility of this sort of data and this sort of information much more open. For those of you who do have the privilege of managing land, treat it as a great place to start, and then treat it as a place to start the conversation with your advisors, your experts who you're bringing into the fold. Any questions?
So my question for you is, do you own the mill structure? And if you don't, what's the view of the owner of the mill structure and changing those through their policy?
We do own the mill structure. But even then, it's an interesting problem. So we have other commercial issues on this site. So for example, Bushell Hotel, there is a desire to maintain flow past Bushell Hotel. But that basically means we want it to be 2 meters higher than it wants to be, and water and gravity tend to go in the same direction. So, you know, there are challenges that we're working through at the moment that where it's not as simple as just flooding the middle of the valley. We need to consider these other things as well. To be honest, at the moment, the way that it's all, some of the weirs have started to degrade, actually the water going past the mill isn't that substantial anyway, and the mill isn't operating. So it isn't a massive concern. But, you know, it goes to show that the guy at Gascoigne who is overseeing the letting of the hotel basically said, well, we need water, so what are you going to do? And these tensions are real. How did I know that was going to come up? So we actually have beavers in Dorset. So we know what it's like to reintroduce beavers, and they are interesting. I think so. The way that we had a penned release license in Dorset, and that they're fairly well contained. But effectively, once those fences fall over, they're out in the landscape and they're going to be doing what they do. That has implications for the farmed landscape, and that has implications for the rate in which they breed. And to be completely frank, our gamekeepers reckon in 20 years we're going to be culling them because they're going to be all over the place. So there is a real tension there. Now, in this particular site, we think that how constrained it is. You know, we think that the proximity to the two urban sites, the proximity to that number of people, and would probably be too much to have beavers in this particular location. But obviously, because we've got them in Dorset, we're not anti-beaver. We just think that potentially not here. And I think there's a wider question. Dorset compared to Hertfordshire is much less urbanized, and the way that the beavers might be able to spread across the landscape would look very different to where you've got fairly constrained watercourses here. So Tim Hill would disagree with me. Where's Tim? Tim would say put beavers everywhere, I think. But you know, I think we have to balance the need of the sort of farmed landscape with the introduction of these sorts of animals, and we have to be really honest about where that might end up in 10 to 15 years' time.
Basically, the glass down, let me go all wild.
So we have, we'll be producing a habitat management and monitoring plan as part of the biodiversity net gain stuff, and we will retain the flexibility to graze, but we don't want to, at this point, commit to grazing all the time. We use grazing across our farm integrated within our rotation because we think that the livestock have a really good effect on soil health and on the sward and on all sorts of different things, and our preference would be to graze it. But the challenge is grazing again in that sort of you see so many dog walkers, and so you're then thinking about fencing, and the question is, how do you have a sort of safe environment to graze in? We think it's possible, but we're leaving the option open within the management plan, but we don't want to be committed to it because in 10 years' time, something may change to where we no longer think it's either safe or viable to do so. Also, there's a bit of a challenge with we practice mob grazing, where you effectively put lots of animals across a small area and you move them daily, and that kind of stimulates the grass growth and stimulates soil health. The approach normally in a place like this would be sort of conservation grazing with species like longhorn. They are not very economically productive, which is a challenge. So again, it comes back to this tension of how do you manage the land with a commercial eye while also delivering the nature outcomes that we're looking for. Wearing a different hat now, Jonathan. The water will still flow, but it will just flow slightly more slowly and it will be slightly held. So in periods of high flow, you'll get more water held at Woodhall. And then basically as it goes back out towards Mill Green, it goes back into a channel, at which point the mill would be largely unaffected. Yeah, let's do it. So if you see on that map there, sorry, Mike, we're quite heavily footpathed. And so therefore, people are a key consideration for how we design and plan the site. We're also building a housing development here. So, we're quite keen that the people who live there can have the benefit of somewhere that's pleasant to walk. The effect is that we're going to be spending more money on fencing than we otherwise would, because we don't want these areas of kind of high quality meadow being then sort of traipsed through by with dogs and everything else. Because if you go down there in the summer, there's already things like skylark and various other birds that we think are likely to thrive in that sort of new setting. So we want them to have that flexibility without then having that imposition from dog walkers particularly. But we haven't got to the point of now planning how we're going to deliver the works. The easiest thing for us to do as a business is to employ contractors because they are reliable and they're under contract and we don't have to manage them so much. We're open to the idea of involving volunteers, but we're probably still several months away from actually breaking ground on the site, and therefore we haven't put that detailed thought into place. Ian. Sat next to George as well, so this is George's opportunity to tell me off. Tell me where I got it wrong.
But on that once.
In terms of registering the BNG units effectively. So and George is very interesting on this, so it might be worth him chipping in. You can register biodiversity units in advance of doing any work. So you can say, we've got this cool scheme, it's going to deliver this, and therefore you basically wait for somebody to buy the units before you then deliver the scheme, and that can work really nicely on smaller schemes. What we're proposing here is we have an external funder who's going to forward fund the entire project, and therefore we will start the habitat works prior to the sale of any units. And that's partly because we want to make sure that regardless of whether the BNG market materializes in greater form or not, we want to be able to have restored the river, and then we'll run away with their money, and that's fine. So there are a couple of different ways of doing it depending on what it is you're trying to achieve. because for us the river and the habitat restoration is an end in its own right. It's not just about the money. We are forward loading that and we're doing that first. But it is possible to register a scheme with a fully compliant management plan and everything else, and then put it out to market and see what you get. George, have I got that wrong? Perfect. There we go. Okay. Well, he hasn't screwed up. It's only a matter of time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions as well. Would you show your appreciation, please?
That's great.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your break. It's my pleasure to introduce Ian. Ian is responsible for the green and blue infrastructure projects in London Borough of Enfield, who are our neighbours to the south over the moat, sorry, the M25. And Ian's been working on blue-green infrastructure for ages, 15 years or so, I think.
Yes.
And so without further ado, introduce Ian.
Great. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. So as we've heard of, Ian Russell, work for Enfield Council, and I'm going to be talking about the approach we're taking to landscape recovery at Enfield. You can't quite hear. I'll try and come a bit closer to this. Is that better? Is that getting the mic? Okay. So I'll talk a bit about the why and the how we're doing it. But first, I want to give you a little bit of the background so you've got the contextual information as well. So it's London's largest rewilding project. We're looking to restore up to 20 kilometres of rivers, create lots of wetlands, woodlands and other habitats across an area. Yeah. Can I get that closer?
I'll increase it here.
Okay. Is that picking up the mic better? Can you hear that? Okay. So where did we get to? A large part of the project is about the kind of natural heritage of this area. So Enfield Chase historically was a royal hunting forest hundreds of years ago. Over the years, it got gradually chopped down and, weakened and fragmented. In the 1700s, it was roughly that extent as shown by the yellow line. So it was kind of predominantly that kind of northwest part of the borough of Enfield, which is now greenbelt land. But it did also extend into Hertfordshire to some extent. We're quite lucky at Enfield because all of that greenbelt land, which occupies about 30% of the borough, the majority of it is council owned. So we've got, a really good opportunity here to look at how we can manage it better for wildlife and for people. As I was saying, historically, it was a lot bigger. Even in this map, which is from the early 19th century, you can see Enfield Chase up in the northwest of the image. And at that time, it was not much smaller than Epping Forest. But over the course of the 19th century and early 20th century, it was converted mainly to farmland, and also large parts were urbanized. So by the time we got to the 20th century or mid 20th century, we'd moved from this kind of pastoral kind of landscape to something that looked more like this. This is the typical sort of scene that you would see at Enfield Chase today, majoritatively arable land. But what I like about this image is that you've got a nice bit of woodland, which is one of the remaining fragments of ancient woodland that we've still got dotted around the site. When we first started to look at this opportunity to kind of rewild our rural spaces in Enfield, actually, the first thing that really drove us to it was flood risk. So this is a flood map for Enfield. There are three main rivers that flow across the borough: Turkey Brook, Sammersbrook and Pimmsbrook. They all flow across into the River Lee, and they all join in the southeast of the borough, which is in Edmonton, which is where there are thousands of residential properties and businesses that are at risk of flooding. And actually, when we produced this map, doing some hydraulic modelling that hadn't been done before, what we identified and what we were really struck by was that when you look at the rural part of the borough, there's barely any flooding. And that's because the rivers have been so modified and engineered, they've been dredged and straightened, as we heard, similar to the story in the previous talk, that actually they're not connected with their floodplains. And even for a major flood event, all that water is flying downstream, putting people at risk in the urban areas, and not being stored on the land as it should be in a natural situation. So originally we started working with a charity called Thames 21, looking at doing some kind of small interventions, leaky dams, making small wetland scrapes and ponds. But as we were doing this modelling, we realised that actually we needed to go really big to have a big impact. I'm a hydrologist, so I'm kind of naturally obsessed with rivers and wetlands, but not everyone at Enfield Council shares this obsession. So it's quite fortunate for me that at the same time we were doing this, the council was also developing other strategies. We had a climate action plan, which was looking to sequester carbon. And one of the good ways to doing that would be to convert farmland into woodland. We also had a blue and green strategy that was developing for the borough. And a large part of the focus of that was on getting people into nature and allowing them to spend time and connect with nature. And one of the things we realise is that the east side of Enfield, where most people live, it's generally more deprived than some of the more affluent areas in the west. Those are the people who have least access to nature. So we started to develop a strategy about creating more accessible green spaces, woodlands, wetlands, and other types of habitats, but also making sure that we've got good links across the borough so that people can walk and cycle or get public transport to them. So this vision for the restoration of Enfield Chase was developing around 5 or 6 years ago. And it kind of led to this image kind of sums up what we're trying to achieve in terms of retaining an element of farming and food production, but also maybe getting people involved in that through community farms, that kind of thing, but also massively restoring those kind of natural wild spaces and creating opportunities for people to enjoy them by having a whole network of footpaths and cycleways and so on. There was a wonderful moment about 5 years ago when my executive director at the time came up to me and said, "Oh, have you read that book Wilding by Isabella Tree?" I was like, "Yes." And she said, "Could we do that here?" And I said, "We could do it here." And she said, "Well, can you get on with it then, please?" And that kind of gave me a license to sort of do everything we've done since then. And that brings me on to landscape recovery. So I think Natural England first suggested this to us probably about 4 or 5 years ago. We became one of the original round one landscape recovery pilots, which meant that DEFRA gave us quite a lot of money to develop a landscape recovery scheme over a couple of years. But it also meant that there were a lot of questions that we had to try and answer, questions that DEFRA didn't know the answer to. So from the outset, for example, they said it's very important that you get private finance, but they didn't tell us how much private finance we needed to get. They also wanted us to, achieve certain outcomes, but it was up to us to work out what those outcomes could be. And also they wanted us to work out how much it was going to cost. So we could kind of, to some extent, kind of set our own sort of payment rates. So that meant we had to work with a lot of different farmers. And that was really probably the most challenging thing. So obviously one of the key principles of landscape recovery is that it is done at a landscape scale. So you have to be looking at an area at least 500 hectares that's going to be managed in a kind of coherent, coordinated way. The total area that we've got is actually about 1,500 hectares. So we're well above that threshold. What we have, though, is over 10 different farms. So actually trying to get, I don't want to say, herding cats or anything, but trying to get all those farmers into a room and trying to get them all to kind of see this vision and buy into it is the biggest challenge that we faced. Some of the farms actually were already very much on board with this, with this concept. And some of them were kind of already doing these things like 40 Hall Farm and Botany Bay Farm. Some of the farmers were kind of like, well, we might be interested if the money's right and you can kind of make the right kind of offers and so on. Some of them were just flat out not interested. We just want to get on with what we're doing. Bearing in mind, these are all our tenants, which you think would mean that we had a good relationship with them. It actually meant we had a terrible relationship with them. And a large part of my job at the start was trying to say to the farmers, look, I'm not from the property team. Don't associate me with them. I'm in a different team. We're trying to help you, But actually, through the 2-year process and with support from some of the other key partners we've had in the project, like Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust and the Rivers Trust and people like Knight Frank have been instrumental as well, we've actually managed to get all of the farmers to buy into this to some extent. That doesn't mean that it's an end to farming at all. What we're proposing is a large increase in the area of woodland and wetland, but we are also going to be retaining large areas as farmland. So that will be arable farmland, but where it's arable, we'll be encouraging or incentivizing the farmers to basically farm it in a much more nature sensitive way, creating, riparian buffer strips and areas and rotational farming and all those sorts of things that they can do. The other strong message that we got from the farmers was that the current sort of schemes that they could buy into were far too complicated. What the farmers really wanted was security, for their business, and they wanted it to be less complicated. So whereas, under countryside stewardship, you can have literally hundreds of different options, we came up with just 14 options, trying to simplify it. And we also came up with payment rates that we felt were justified based on the outcomes that we were going to achieve. So with these payment rates, we started with the countryside stewardship rates as a kind of floor, as it were. And we've then added premiums to them. And the justification for the premiums is because of the landscape scale and the bigger, better outcomes that we're going to achieve on that basis. So, and also because farmers really value their independence, they want to be able to make decisions about their own farm and the way that it's managed. So actually by getting them all to buy into this plan, they are sacrificing some freedom. And it's a 20-year plan as well. So that, they're in it for the long haul, as it were. So that's another reason why we're saying to DEFRA, look, we need to offer these slightly higher payment rates because of the bigger, better outcomes that we're going to get. Another way of looking at it from DEFRA's point of view is that they are challenging us to get money from the private sector. So maybe it's the private money that will actually fill the gap between the kind of basic payments that farmers would get and the higher payments that they will get through this process. We're kind of fortunate in Enfield, I don't know if fortunate's the right word, that also there's a significant amount of land is proposed for greenbelt release within the rural part of Enfield. So that's these two pink areas here. That's in our local plan. What it means is that there's quite a substantial amount of money that could be available through Section 106 and SIL money in the future. And that will actually potentially provide a lot of the private money that we need to keep DEFRA happy and make sure this whole thing works. We are also looking at opportunities through things like BNG and through other kind of private sources as well, although BNG is not a big component of the overall package. So the stage that we've got to with DEFRA at the moment is we submitted all our plans last March. We've then been through a series of clarifications and questions and going backwards and forwards. I think we've got a meeting with DEFRA in February where they're going to make us an offer. One thing we've heard, and this is one of the really important lessons that we've learned, is it's really good to have a really strong network of people supporting you and around you. One of the strong areas of support we've had is from the Rivers Trust, to a national organisation, and they've been involved in quite a few of the other landscape recovery projects as well. So we've linked up with them and we've talked to them, and we've heard some of them have already been through this process with DEFRA. And they did say it was quite challenging because DEFRA made them a very low offer initially, and then it was up to them to negotiate back up to closer to what they were hoping for to make the project viable. But yeah, certainly talking to other landscape recovery projects, visiting them, we've been up to Wild Ennerdale in the Lake District and some other ones like Nattergal in different parts of the country. And yeah, sort of like sharing experiences, and there's a lot of different things that we're doing, but there's also a lot of commonality across the projects as well. And one of those is beavers. We've introduced beavers to Enfield about 4 years ago into an enclosure, which now looks like this. That's a very large lodge that they built in the foreground, and there's another smaller lodge that they just use as a sort of summer home when they've got feeling a bit more relaxed. And but yeah, that enclosure is here at 40 Hall. It's 6 hectares, but it's really small compared to the whole landscape. That enclosure on its own, I mean, what the beavers have done there is phenomenal in terms of transforming the landscape in a relatively short space of time. But obviously, if they're going to have a bigger impact on the wider landscape and the rivers, we need to have them living much more freely. So last year or so, when we were preparing all our plans, we were thinking maybe what we need is some bigger enclosures, maybe like these ones we've kind of highlighted in different parts of Enfield Chase. And then actually last year, Natural England said, we're going to move towards wild releases in the future. So since then, we've been talking to Natural England about potential wild releases of beavers. What they've said is that in the first round of wild releases, they want to do them in low risk locations, and they don't think that Enfield is a particularly low risk next to the M25 and the River Lee and so on. So they've kind of just, when we put our expression of interest in last year, they just said no. Having said that, I've heard of the 40 expressions of interest that were submitted, only 3 have been actually approved so far, and 2 of those already had beavers living in the wild. So I don't know. I think Natural England are definitely supportive of this approach, but it's going to take a while, obviously. So they asked us to look a bit more widely and talk to other partners across the area. They said, why don't you talk to people across the Thames catchment? And we thought, well, the Thames is quite big, but Enfield is within the River Lee. And maybe we should talk to people across the wider, Lee catchment. But having said that, if you can differentiate those colours, but one thing they said to us was they felt that Enfield on its own was too small to support a sustainable, genetically diverse population of beavers. Because I think originally when we put expression of interest in, we said, well, we would introduce 3 pairs, which is what they did in Dorset recently. But they said that's too few, you need to think a bit bigger. So they said, well, ideally you should be aiming for sort of 15 pairs. And based on, publications that have been produced by the Beaver Trust and other people, on a good river with lots of habitat, you can have a family of beavers roughly every kilometre or so. So even if you were just looking at the Salmons Brook, the rural parts of Enfield and the Salmons Brook and the Turkey Brook, those dots kind of represent speculative locations where in theory you could have families of beavers dotted around. And obviously that's going up into Hertfordshire. So don't put too much stock in those dots. They're all a bit sort of just made up at the moment. But that's the kind of vision for beavers in Enfield. And we do see beavers as being an absolutely critical part of our whole approach to landscape recovery. The beaver enclosure that we've got at Forty Hall was extended last year, and it's absolutely incredible to see what they've done. Now that we've got a family of beavers living there, when we first brought the beavers in, there were just 2 of them, so they took them a while to do much. They're probably busy building their lodge, but now we've got a family of beavers. There's 8 of them. They've already got their lodge, and they were when we extended the enclosure, they were immediately building dams. It's just absolutely amazing to see what they can do. And actually, speaking of someone who's worked for 15 years or so trying to restore rivers, it's quite painfully embarrassing to see what beavers can achieve in 2 months. But they don't have to get permits from the EA and do modelling and all that. So I think they've got it easy, really. Anyway, that's the end of my talk. So yeah, if anyone's got any questions. Stay here.
If you'd stay here, and very happy to take questions. So if anyone has any questions.
Wonderful. Sorry, presentation. 2 beavers equals more beavers when beavers do what beavers do. But 2 beavers is quite a small genetic pool. How are you going to make sure that they don't become 4, 5, 6-legged beavers?
Yes. So that's why basically Natural England are pushing us to think about wild releases in the future, because I think over the last 15 or 20 years there have been 30 plus beaver enclosures around the country, but they've not been without their problems. To date, the Beaver Trust kind of manage a stud book of like where the beavers come from. Have they come from Norway? Have they come from Germany? Or have they come from Scotland? And they kind of move them around within those enclosures, but that's obviously not going to be sustainable in the future. And I think what they've also seen is that the longer beavers are there, the harder it is to contain them within a fence, because they're very good at burrowing and, flooding and everything. So it's not keeping them in these kind of like sort of mini zoos is not really the way to go. But that's why they've given us this challenge of, can you find 15 locations? And that is what they consider to be suitable. I mean, I'm not saying that's genetically diverse in the long term, but certainly for the foreseeable future, that would be considered a good amount. And having talked to the Environment Agency, and as was mentioned in the previous talk, I think there's a feeling that within 20 or 30 years we are going to have beavers everywhere, because the cat's out of the bag, and that's what's going to happen. But it's just a question of how do we get there? How do we get there in the right way and not try and get there too quickly, I guess.
And then get a bit still, but then you'll have the impact of that amount of development previously. So then not living. Can you talk us through how you do the
So currently, we've got a local plan which identifies those 2 areas. I don't really want to say the word Newtown, but you may have heard that there's also talk of Newtown, so that would go even above and beyond what is in the local plan currently. But at the moment, we're just focusing on the local plan because that is what is, that's what's out there. I don't think a final decision yet has been made about the new town. But essentially, we've got to make sure that development, we're developing master plans at the moment for those two sites. And we want to make sure that blue-green infrastructure is embedded throughout those developments. So from my point of view, the best way to start off by doing that is to make sure that the river corridors and the floodplains are protected. There's no development on those. That then leads into including sustainable drainage and other measures, distributed throughout the development, making sure they're as sustainable as possible, basically. And I think what would be fantastic if we ever get there in several decades' time, would be that one day you could be walking along the river and it's not immediately obvious that you've gone from kind of like Enfield Chase landscape recovery area into this new development area, because the nature that's kind of like running throughout the site. Obviously there will be buildings and so on, but by having these kind of river corridors and walkways and cycleways and so on, there'll be a kind of slightly blurred line between these areas. But yeah, I think it's through the design and the planning policies is the key thing to ensuring that we don't get negative outcomes from that.
How big is the answer? Have to re-engineer something.
Yeah, the problem with the main river, we've got Salmon's Brook, which is where we're looking to do our first big bit of river restoration, hopefully starting later this year, is that it actually runs dry every summer, that river, because it's so incised. It's about 3 meters deeper than the land on either side in some places. And that's because probably when it was first dredged over time, then there's been more erosion because it acts like a flume. So you've got more erosion. It's got deeper and deeper over the years. What that means is the water table is much lower. The soil is drier. So when the summer comes, it's more prone to drying out. And like I say, every year now, I don't know if it used to be every year, but certainly the last 4 or 5 years, it goes bone dry every year. And obviously that has really negative impacts for fish and any other wildlife that rely on that river. And actually, one thing beavers do need, they don't need much, but they do need water. So we couldn't put beavers in there now because we're going to do some physical intervention first to restore the river, putting in woody log jams and things like that, the kind of things that beavers would do, to basically fill in the channel, hold up the water, raise the water table, increase the soil moisture, hopefully get to a point over the next 3 or 4 years where the river doesn't run dry every summer. And I think then we'll be ready to bring the beavers in and let them finish off the job properly. Yeah, I'll be around at lunch. Yeah. Yeah.
And now you've heard a little bit about George from Peter. He might be the only person I know that can keep Peter in check. So that's very good. George is a landscape ecologist and a river restoration specialist, and he's worked in contracting as an NGO team leader, and now he's a consultant. His specialism is in high impact river restoration projects, and he's looking at particular markets and natural capital markets such as biodiversity net gain. So I'll hand over to George.
Yeah, the first 10 slides are missing.
Okay.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the first 10 or so slides from my talk are not here, which is going to be interesting. Let's fix that. Let's spend a couple of minutes fixing that. Can we try and fix that? So forgive us for a moment. On email.
I need to joke. Quick snap. So there's a cowboy. He's been out on the plains for considerable length of time. His chaps are all brittle, not waxing. His hat's looking terrible. He's in need of good polish. The beard is now so shiny and dreadful that it's almost unrecognised. He's driving a battered pickup, and his girlfriend said to don't get home in that day. Then before Japan. He's driving down a rutted road. Tire rolls by, feels the car.
It's me.
Looks at the client's sideways. Pick the fine chap to leave me loose wheel.
Anyone else?
No, we're good. We're good. That's much more like it. Right. Thank you, everybody. Sorry about that. Great. We've already heard a little bit from Peter and Ian about this topic, so I will do my best to kind of give a slightly different perspective and add to what they've said rather than repeat. But just a brief background: I'm an independent contractor consultant. I started out in a river, pair of waders and a chainsaw, actually delivering these interventions on the ground. Led a team at the Wildlife Trust, and I now consult for farms and estates across the country, working out how to reconnect rivers with their floodplains, and how to make sure that the farmers get paid for doing that, as well as kind of various things for some of these natural capital companies in London, like Rebalance Earth and Zulu Ecosystems. Few things. Picture of a nice Hertfordshire chalk stream. We'll look at some examples. So we'll get some pictures up so you can get an idea of what these projects look like on the ground. I think sometimes they can be quite hard to visualize. You know, the LNRS, the mapping can be quite kind of high level, and it's useful to get a real sense of what things look like on the ground, why we do them, what the benefits are, try and bring it into a bit more of a Hertfordshire focus, and then what that looks like on farm scale, and as I've been asked to do some comparisons to other potential types of restoration that people undertake, like woodland or grassland restoration. I feel like there'll be a good level of understanding of this in the room, but as you know, just to ground it in the history, we have been engineering our landscape hydrologically for thousands of years, a really, really long time. A lot of the mills that are still extant around the country, and certainly within Hertfordshire, were there when at the time of the Domesday Book. And to run a mill, you have to modify the river channels. So yeah, we've been doing this for a long time, and the science of restoring them is really relatively new. It kind of coalesced into a thing through the second half of the 20th century. And even through the 80s and 90s was really very, very niche, kind of grant-funded activity, and is only just beginning to kind of grow out beyond that fairly academic context, I should say. So this, I think, is sort of grounds a lot of what I'm going to talk about. It's a massive oversimplification of a really complicated thing, which is looking at a landscape, looking at a river system, and working out how humans have modified it over the years. Question A, and then question B is, and how could we go about undoing some of those changes? It's massively complicated and keeps me very happily occupied. But in its most, possibly one of its most simple and very, widespread contexts, you have small streams like the one on the left, well, in fact, similar systems, but the one on the left, which have been put into a ditch by humans, usually in order to be able to farm the land either side. So instead of a 50-meter wide marshy, boggy area, you have a single linear feature, no more than a couple of meters, 3-4 meters wide, and it makes the land much easier to work. What we're aiming to do when we're restoring rivers is to reverse that. We can touch on beavers in a sec if you want, but there are various ways of going about it. Essentially, we're aiming to produce results a bit like you see on the right here, where the river is fully reconnected with its floodplain. I've got a little video about a project, not actually one of mine, that shows this quite nicely. So along the hedge line you're about to see, that was where the original ditch channel went, and that's been
brought out onto the floodplain. This is the first winter after the project's been done. And you'll see at the moment, it's basically a kind of large wetland area, but what we'll expect to see, that's a clay area. There's a lot of sediment about, so that sediment will start to drop out onto the floodplain and create first braided channels, and then after quite a lot of time, probably rationalize into one or two more distinct channels. Why do we do this? These are things I think that you will have heard a little bit about before, but they're important to kind of pull out and highlight. So where we have the sort of ditch scenario, the water is moving very quickly through that area, which means that it's taking any pollution with it as well. That isn't having any time to drop out. If you are in an area with an aquifer, groundwater, well, everywhere, but particularly a chalk or a limestone area, for example, that water isn't having much opportunity to be reabsorbed into its aquifer. Whereas when the river is reconnected with its floodplain, as the photo that's now in the background on the right, the water spends a lot longer in that area. So it is reaching its destination downstream slightly less quickly. It has more time to reabsorb into the aquifer. Any sediment it is carrying has more of an opportunity to drop out onto the floodplain. These kind of scenarios, that was, 6 months after delivery, certainly given a year or two to bed in and develop. They create a hugely biodiverse area. I'm not going to seek to quantify that in any kind of numbers terms, but more in just a sense, the vibes of it. They're awesome. They're really, really cool. We'll go on to talk a little bit about comparisons in a sec, but per hectare, it's entirely from an entirely subjective perspective. I always feel that the impact per hectare just can feel so much greater from these kinds of projects. Which probably is quite a good indicator of the last point I made there, which is the human impact. People really like seeing these things. They communicate really well on images, videos. There's a sort of clear before and after, and yeah, they're a great engagement tool for a wider nature restoration project. This is obviously a representation of a river catchment, which I've put up to make a simple point, which is that if we are trying to alleviate flooding in a town downstream in the catchment, let's say, pretty much if you're intervening or seeking to intervene on a big river, near the town, by the time the water's got to that point, it's almost too late to do a lot about it. For various reasons, the scale of the operation to modify that river is, apart from anything else, quite significant. But the scenario I showed earlier, the small ditch channel, those kind of headwater small streams, those are typically in rural. Well, they're all over, but a lot of those exist in rural areas where the priority for the land use around them has been agriculture. We've ditched and straightened them so that we can farm. And I think as a society now, we're starting to question, well, actually, would it make a bit more sense to store some of this water, in these areas where we've got the space, intervene higher up the catchment, make sure landowners are rewarded for that service, rather than pick up the costs of it if that water hits towns and causes flooding and pollution issues and things like that. Yes, and the idea that you'd need to restore quite a decent number of those small capillaries, but it's a percentages thing. Restore enough and you'll achieve the impact that you want. We'll briefly look at kind of the Hertfordshire context, a couple of slides, and I'll try and keep it as simple and untechnical as possible. As I'm sure most people in the room are aware, a lot of the bedrock in Hertfordshire is chalk. Whereas a lot of what I've been talking about kind of speaks to groundwater, surface water runoff. i.e. a drop of rain that falls on land and runs off into a river, and how we can kind of modify that pathway. Whereas in Hertfordshire, a lot of drops of water that fall in Hertfordshire, and I will complicate the picture slightly with the superficial geology, but will be absorbed into the chalk aquifer. So it's not as straightforward as perhaps I've been simplifying it to, but so there's a lot of chalk underlying Hertfordshire. There's also a lot of clay overlaying to chalk. So as with a lot of areas of the UK, very complex geology that I don't want to get too into, but it is worth bearing in mind that the sort of simple solution of straight ditch, blocked out flood onto floodplain, it's not always going to be quite as simple in the Hertfordshire context. This is a rather crude picture of the rivers through Hertfordshire, really just to kind of bring home that point I was making about where we might seek to intervene. So, lower down the river systems, nearer the towns, we might be, possibly it's going to be a little bit late to achieve some of the kind of flood risk reduction or sediment reduction benefits that we'd be targeting. So we'd be looking to intervene higher up those river catchments in the rural areas. I'd like to bring it into a sort of farm scale context now, which is what a lot of my work at the moment sort of looks like. And we're going to use a real life example, but it's a 500 hectare lowland arable farm in the Midlands. It might sound quite big, but it's roughly sort of business scale. It's sort of a reasonably indicative size for an arable farm. And what we see here, because obviously we have the conflict between farmland and other land uses, and the point I'd like to make is simply that through the middle of this farm there is a grassland valley, a permanent pasture valley, that currently doesn't yield much anyway. The image in the bottom right here, we've got the existing channel, and then a bit like the slide that Peter showed up, a flood model of what the river will do when we put it back into the bottom of the valley. At the moment, it is, as with the situation Peter was showing earlier, it's perched, it's up out of its valley bottom. And essentially the point to make, this is the same farm, is that the majority of the farm business remains untouched. They are primarily arable business. The sort of blanks land parcels are arable and remain unaffected by this. So when we say we're looking to reconnect the river with its floodplain, we're not necessarily flooding whole farms. It's quite targeted key areas, and it is very often areas that are more difficult to farm or aren't actually playing a hugely significant role in the farm business. So it makes quite a lot of sense for the farmer to be able to do this kind of project, earn some money, and deliver the kind of benefits. I was also sort of give a little bit of a comparison to other kinds of restoration projects. It's worth making the point that through this valley, we will be restoring the grassland up out the valley bottom and actually into the valley, and also creating kind of wet woodland areas. So generally speaking, you're often integrating all different types of restoration in each project. But in terms of what these kinds of projects can deliver above and beyond just a grassland or planting trees, it's the benefits that I spoke to at the beginning, whereby you're holding water back, and improving the water quality. There is a sort of flood risk reduction benefit from planting woodland, but per hectare you get a huge amount of impact, certainly in this context, neatly, without really impacting the rest of the farm business from doing this kind of thing. I think it's worth talking a little bit about funding, purely because this is what makes the difference between these projects happening and not happening, or rather happening for the maybe 5-10% of farms where they really want to do it anyway, to happening on the 80% of farms where, those are indicative figures, by the way, the 80% of farms where they might do it, they want to do it, but they're only really going to actually get on and do it if it makes some kind of business sense. And so, prior to this kind of natural capital world that we're now in. What we had with river restoration was a world where you could get grants to deliver the project, and that was about it. So you might flood a little bit of your land, and you would lose the utility of that land for agriculture altogether, and you wouldn't necessarily be being paid any kind of revenue payment or anything for that, which really limited the types of projects you could do and the types of people who were willing to have a conversation, basically. And that's kind of always been a struggle. And the key thing that will unlock widespread implementation of the kind of projects I've been describing are these revenue payments. It's one of the reasons I've chosen to focus a lot of my work on things driven by biodiversity net gain recently, in the hope, because it's still a young market, so it is still a hope, but in the hope that can deliver some of the kind of financial uplift that landowners are looking for to implement these projects. There's other ideas kind of around in terms of how we might do this. We've heard about landscape recovery, which is a great one. I think government payments, there are now making space for water payments in stewardship. So government payments will continue to be a really important bedrock of delivering these things. There's a lot of talk, and I've spent quite a lot of time working with and exploring and trying to, bring to fruition really catchment scale flood risk reduction models. So these are the kind of ideas whereby you find the businesses or communities in the towns downstream that are affected by flooding, for example, and you seek to somehow link the economic benefits to them of reduced flooding with the upstream interventions. It's really difficult to do. There are one or two examples in the UK where they have pulled it off, but I would say it's not a sort of widespread thing that we can all kind of use yet. I've mentioned stewardship, and I think, for is a question mark, deliberately kind of leaving it open to us all really to think about ways in which the kind of ambitions we've seen earlier with the mapping and everything, how those can be brought to reality. Thank you very much. This is a picture of the last wholly unmodified river system in Europe, in Albania, the Vjosa River, which is my inspo image.
Absolutely fascinating. And as the officer in charge of the lead local flood authority, I'm really keen on this stuff. Questions for Ian? Yes, please. Mark's going to run around.
Thank you. So I'm Rachel Carter, Councillor for Hertford. We have a lot of water engineering in Hertford, Hatfield Park, weirs, old mills. Are we reliant on projects such as you're talking about outside the town, or is there also stuff that we can do within the town to perhaps modify some of that water engineering as it's perhaps, I don't know, comes towards the end of the slide?
It's a great question, and there are kind of all sorts of different ways in which I can answer it. I obviously don't know the specific setup that and the specific local context which you're speaking to, but there are almost certainly kind of urban green infrastructure solutions which can be put in place, which can help with that. I think the sort of focus of what I was sort of talking about is exactly as you describe, is thinking actually upstream rather than by the time it's got to Hertford. Maybe we're trying to build walls and put in weirs and a lot of hard infrastructure to tackle a problem that might be able to be, again, without knowing the local context, can never speak with total certainty, but might be able to be solved better if we intervene upstream. So let's say on our imaginary river catchment, Hertford is down here. Well, if we identify what are the capillaries, what are the small tributaries upstream where actually they're sitting on farms, they were ditched in post-World War II agricultural intensification, the farmland either side isn't up to much. There are farmers up there who are really keen to do a project, find enough of those types of scenarios and intervene and hold a sufficient amount of water back upstream. And yes, the idea is that would reduce the pressure on your hard infrastructure solutions, which obviously have a huge role to play as well. But with climate change, these problems are getting worse, and I think we're increasingly realizing that hard grey infrastructure has its limitations, and that we need to look. I think we've also just been too narrowly focused on it, focused on solving the problem where we feel it, whereas there's such a huge opportunity to tackle this problem properly. If we can kind of link the situation in Hertford, for example, with those farmers upstream, get those two communities talking and get the economic model working. Yeah, I have a lot of hope for that in the coming years as being something that can really help. So that's a great question. So gentleman's referring to that's the market price for a watercourse unit, the slide that Peter showed up with the price lists. So that's the price at which you can buy a biodiversity net gain watercourse unit. I'm afraid the answer is yes. It can cost a lot more than the unit yield to deliver projects, but it can also cost a huge amount less. So the kind of projects I've been describing on small streams, essentially with very few constraints around, are very cheap to deliver, and therefore can be very profitable for the farmer if the biodiversity net gain market delivers on the unit price, i.e. if they can actually sell the units. So happy to talk more about it afterwards. Essentially, yeah, if you're intervening on a massive river, on a reach where downstream in the catchment where the river is large, it can be a huge engineering undertaking. I almost think there's just so much low-hanging fruit around upstream in the catchment. Why wouldn't we look there first? It's slightly forgotten. It's engineered for reasons that we no longer prioritize so much, which is the agriculture in that kind of 50-meter strip. And we can do it easily and cheaply. And so let's look there and leave the really expensive stuff on the big rivers further downstream for maybe another day. I don't know. That'd be my suggestion.
But operational benefits. So we heard on the previous talk that by rerouting the river, the water table would then rise and get less of it drying out, which presumably has an impact on crop yield around those areas. Ditto things like increased pollinators. So the long-term impacts of this actually being looked at as a benefit to farmers from an operational point of view.
It's a really good question. There are some brilliant aerial images. I don't know if you guys have seen any from beaver enclosures during times of drought, of landscapes that are kind of completely brown all around, and then this oasis where the beavers have held water back, and therefore there is, the land is still very, very green. It can be really difficult to link these benefits. It's probably worth being very clear about that. In any context, whether you're linking the benefit from the town or flooding to the intervention, or even directly on the farm itself. I'm not aware of any exact examples of how we can, because the land which is where the water is being held back is by definition therefore not being farmed anymore. The pollinator benefit, absolutely. I think there's a lot of potential there, but I'm not I'm not aware of any direct, clear benefit at the minute. Sorry, I'm sure there's a more positive answer to that I'll think of in about 15 minutes time. Come and tell you.
The DEFRA flooding funding system changed appreciably in August last year to make nature-based solutions, natural flood management, and to reduce the reliance on properties better protected as a measure of success. Is that potentially a game changer in terms of supporting and delivering these projects in those capillaries?
I very much hope so. Yeah, I mean, I think the message is starting to get through, but there's it's quite a big shift. And it's going to take, change on the DEFRA side, change. I think there's all kinds of, I was at a thing called the Flood Action Coalition recently, which brought together big banks, big insurers, land managers, and I think those conversations all have a lot further to go. Apart from anything else, if you want to demonstrate the benefits of catchment scale projects like this, it requires a huge amount of monitoring. So you need to have a complex set of hydrological monitors implemented before you do the project and then after it, and be able to kind of demonstrate exactly what's happening. So I guess excitingly for someone like me, but also, yes, it is a big challenge. It's going to take a lot of, I can't comment exactly how that, we'll have to see how that exact, I mean, it's exciting to see it, but how that exact change will impact or not. But I think things are starting to move in the right direction, certainly.
Notes? Farm scale, we have a look at the county scale. Now let's have a look at some of what we can do in urban areas. And actually, this is how bringing people together forms results. Nadia Abishara is the founder of the Wilderhood Watch Community Action Group in St Albans, which she's been running for 7 years now. And Nadia's going to talk to us about bringing the community together and actually how some of the actions in urban areas, when done collectively, can have a big impact. So I'll hand over to Nadia.
Thank you. I'm Nadia from Wilderhood Watch. I'm really happy to be here today. It's been fascinating this morning to hear all the other speakers. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about a much smaller scale way that we're trying to help wildlife in St Albans. So I thought I'd just show you this slide to give you a little example of how we've grown in the 7 years that we've been running Wilderhood Watch. So we do projects basically on a street by street basis. We started off with one street, Lancaster Road, and during our time we've ballooned to 50 streets. So that means we've got around 50 streets in St Albans where people are all doing projects of various sorts which are helping wildlife in their gardens. Also, what's really important to us is that we're linking those streets. As you can see by the map, we've been more successful in some places than others because obviously we're trying to create green corridors through linking our gardens, getting neighbours to garden in a wildlife friendly way, link the gardens for wildlife, create these corridors, and of course create the corridors along the different streets as well, so that the animals can travel to the wider green spaces in St Albans. I just wanted to show you some of the projects we're doing. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about all of them. You're probably getting pretty hungry. I just wanted to pick out a few that we're doing that I think are quite relevant for today. Especially there's our Hedgehog Street project over there on the left. I'll be definitely talking about that. A little bit about the Pollinator Highway and some of the others on there too. We've always organised it this way. I can see in the recovery strategy, you've done something very similar, and that you've focused on different species that you know that people are really motivated to save. We've done exactly the same with these projects. When we started 7 years ago, we started with Hedgehog Street simply because that's what the people on the street wanted. They wanted to see more hedgehogs in their gardens. And we've developed these projects over time just by listening to the people on our streets. So just to begin with, I wanted to show you this because I think it gives a really good example of how we kind of launch each project. We see it as a celebration. We get people together. In this case, for the Hedgehog Street project, we had people building hedgehog houses in our gardens. And at the same time, we're then talking about what we need to do for that particular species or group of wildlife in our gardens. An example there on the left is the hedgehog holes that we were encouraging people to create. So our very first project was very much about getting people into that frame of mind of needing to talk to their neighbours, needing to link their gardens. And then from that, we also had a lot of discussions on the amount of hedgehogs that are killed on our roads every year. It's some phenomenal amount of hedgehogs. And so we created these signs, which if anyone lives in St Albans, I'm hoping you'll have seen a few of them on our streets. Whenever a street joins us, they tend to order a few of these. And they're great because not only do they help slow down traffic, but also it's indicating that this is a street that really cares about the wildlife, and neighbours are free to join if they want. It's really nice in St Albans now. We're about to get a whole lot more streets that are going to be legally 20 miles per hour, and I hope that maybe our little signs have played a little part in that. And then finally, just to show you how over time, of course, our projects have evolved. There's little Magnus there. He was picked up on Battlefield Road being chased across the road by a magpie. This was in the middle of the day. And now we've got such a good network of streets that everybody knows more about what to do if they see a hedgehog they know is vulnerable. We knew immediately to obviously pick up that hedgehog. There he is at 6 weeks old in my house. And we have a hedgehog expert who's on board to help us, support us basically with feeding, medication, until we can get him to a state where he's ready to be introduced back. And then, of course, we have that great network of streets where we can ask people, do you think your garden would be a good release point? And then Jill can go and have a look and see whether it is or not. One thing I will say is that, of course, we have a lot of challenges. Some of our streets are far more proactive than others, and so often it changes over time if you get a lot of influx of new neighbours. So it's an ongoing battle for us to try and keep our streets well linked for the wildlife. I just wanted to move on to our Pollinator Highway project. I'll be talking a bit about this today, but in lots of different contexts. This really, for obvious reasons, forms the basis of a lot of what we do, because of course, if you have insects in your garden, you're going to be supporting a lot of other species as well. So for this project, really, it was very important to us that we immediately started swapping plants. So as you can see there, we've got a spring, summer, winter, autumn guide that we created just by going into people's gardens and seeing what grew well there, so that people had some sort of guide when they came to the plant swap. And there's our first plant swap on Lancaster Road again. These have been going ever since. Sometimes it's centralised, it's all of us coming together. Sometimes people prefer to do their own. On a lot of streets, it's very informal. So it might be just somebody going out into their garden, seeing they have a few spare seedlings and then popping them at the front of their house for neighbours to take. But it's very much just getting into that habit of thinking you don't actually need to go to a plant nursery. We can just swap amongst ourselves. It's far, far healthier. We don't use chemicals, we're not using peat, and also of course the plants are more liable to grow because they've just come from your next door neighbour. And then the bus stops, I wanted to just show this a little bit. It really is Pollinator Highway project, but the difference is that we're talking about verges, like bus stops, maybe, you know, if you have a circle in the middle of a cul-de-sac, these sorts of verges that we've been able to plant as meadows. So we've been working with the HCC to be able to do this. We get permission, and then we come along, we scarify it, and then we rake it and we plant wildflower seeds. So that's the first one we did there. It was definitely a learning curve for us and I think for the council. It was put on the meadow mowing schedule, but that somehow didn't go to plan for the first couple of years. But since then, I think, again, the council has very much got into the habit of being able to manage these spaces in a really good way. And of course, our planting has improved a lot as well. Just wanted to show you a couple of beautiful ones that we just planted. This was autumn 2024. We've now got 20 sites in St Albans. We'd love more. Unfortunately, communication, I think there's a lot of reorganisation going on, has kind of broken down a little bit, but I'm hoping that today maybe I'll be able to create some links, some better links so that we can keep doing this, because obviously we'd like to plant more. And just again, connected again to our pollinator highway, but very important to all of us, it's our glyphosate-free streets. We know that there's a policy in HCC to be slowly reducing the spraying for obvious reasons. It's carcinogenic, it's very, very disruptive to wildlife. We want to get rid of it, basically. At the moment, we're kind of at an impasse. We've got 5 or 6 streets in St Albans who are weeding, so the neighbours are going out and weeding at the front of their houses, and then we can get the street sweeper to come along, sweep up the debris. Slowly over time, of course, there's less soil, so there's less wildflowers being lodged in the pavement, and so it does become easier over time. But it's worked better for some streets than others, and again, we haven't really had that communication there with the council. So again, it would be really nice today if we could maybe arrange something there, because I think there's a lot of potential with this. Neighbours would much rather that their streets weren't sprayed with glyphosate, and also I think there's a lot of potential here for just communication. You know, I mean, these are beautiful plants. Do we have to really be pulling up everything just because we didn't plant it? You know, I think there's a huge kind of re-education that needs to go on. Not all of these plants are going to break up your pavements. You know, maybe we should be talking about how we assess risk. Maybe it's all got a little bit, I don't know, too much. Anyway. Moving on. Right. So again, as part of this project, we just wanted to continue to support people to be able to make habitats in their gardens and obviously make things a lot better for the wildlife. So this was the brainchild of Heidi Carruthers, who you can see there on the right with a strimmer. Now, she was, at the time, she was running Wilder St Albans, which was a brilliant project that supported us in so many ways. It enabled us to actually do far more because we had the expertise right there from the Wildlife Trust to kind of help us. So she had this idea that she was going to train 15 of us so that we could go into gardens and be able to advise people. So we took this wilderness. There's Tricia Gibbons on the other side, brilliant Wilderhood Watch gardener, who actually devised a plan to create this. So this is now at the back of a cafe in St Albans on George Street, and we trained on it. So we've got loads and loads of features of a good wildlife garden in these, and from there we were able to then use this knowledge to communicate across the group. So you can see there we've got the bug house, the butterfly mound, lots of planting, huge amounts of deadwood. There's a pond there around the corner you can't quite see. And the other thing we did, some of us were very keen to actually up our knowledge even more. So we took Botany 101 basically last year. So a few of us champions are now really quite good at identifying wildflowers. This is really important for us because it keeps everything in-house. It means that if we're going out to a site that we perhaps want to create a meadow on, we're now able to identify all the wildflowers, and from that really informs us as to what we're going to do with that particular site. So I think that's been really valuable. Right, moving on. I could say this is a separate project. This is our Toad Road project, but again, as everybody here knows, if you dig a pond in your garden, you're going to get a huge explosion of biodiversity and of course pollinators as well. But this has been one of our most successful projects. It never ceases to amaze me when I consider that, we're trying to get people to do small actions. We're very conscious people, have work and they've got other things they need to do in their lives. And yet we've ended up, since we've started this project, so that was in 2022, we launched this. There are now 42 ponds, new ponds that have been created just in people's gardens in our network, which I think is quite incredible when you think, digging a pond is hard work. So, it's pretty amazing. I think maybe people were very inspired by how quickly a pond is pollinated. We certainly were. We started digging them, and then last year we got a Wildwood Watch allotment, and the first thing on our minds, well, certainly on my mind, was let's dig a pond. So I think this is our best pond to date. It's big, as you can see. It's got another bit there, the bog garden. That's all been new to us. So we're very keen in our group to obviously communicate knowledge to each other, expand our own knowledge. I think the individuals in the group, we're just continually learning. This has been brilliant. We've ended up with an absolutely beautiful pond already. It's only been going for a year. As you can see, we've added the deadwood features, the planting, and best of all, we have frogs. So actually, this was a lovely summer evening last year. I was just sitting there. I spotted 3 frogs, and they were just really enjoying the pond. And I just thought, that's why we're doing it, isn't it? You create something and then they arrive, and also it's sad to me because you also think, well, where would they be if we hadn't created that pond? So it's so important that we all keep doing it. Yes, right. So just on the vein of the allotment, as you can see, I've got the icon up there, sustainable eating. I must admit, when I devised this allotment, I wasn't really thinking about eating. I was thinking more about all the habitats we could create. So as you can see, we've got the butterfly mound there as well, our pond, and lots of curved edges. I was really into that because I'd heard that's much better for wildlife than sharp edges, and of course lots of deadwood hedging. So that's how our butterfly mound was looking this summer. Very happy with that. Oh, and then the hibernaculum. So again, this was a huge deal for us because we'd never built one of these before. So we just dug down 60 centimetres, just as you can see, filled it with a whole lot of branches. We used roof tiles on the top and then just a flat tile on the bottom to create tunnels so that the creatures could go in and out. I did spot a newt going in there, and I'm really hoping we've got a lot of amphibians and insects hibernating in that at the moment. Then we just covered it over and planted it with borage and strawberries. So there you go. And then I just wanted to show you the stumpery because, again, just thinking of places for people to sit, but also, of course, you've got a lovely little beetle habitat there as well. And then finally, yes, we did grow some vegetables. So as I say, it wasn't my priority, but I think what amazed all of us was that we've been concentrating so much on making it really good for wildlife that we just kind of planted the vegetables thinking, well, they'll grow, they won't grow. They grew so well. And it just goes to show that actually when you're thinking about the wildlife, actually everything else falls into place. And then finally, just a quick word about a couple of projects. I just really wanted to talk about this because I can see that swifts are a really major part of the strategy. And just to say that in 2022, there I am with Heidi again, because we were really well supported with this with the Wildlife Trust and Tim Hill also. For this, we just went around St Albans and spotted good places where we could put up some swift boxes, and these were financed by the St Albans bid. And so we put about 20 up in central St Albans. And then we went on and collaborated with a really nice group in St Albans run by Meg McPherson. It's just St Albans Swifts. And what she does is she organises swift boxes along people's roads in St Albans. So she started with Fleetville, and then I asked her, please, would you do the same for our Wildwood Watch streets? So indeed she did. So now at least 40 Wildwood Watchers have put up swift boxes on their houses. And then very finally, our bat project. This is our very, very latest one. For this, what we've done is we've actually started by trying to identify where on earth the bats are in St Albans. So we did a trial run this summer. My husband built these. So he built 20 PPGs, which were pretty good bat detectors. He's now on a different model. He wants to build more sensitive ones for next year. Basically, what we did is we got 20 of our Wildwood Watch streets, and we asked them to put up 3 monitors per street for a week. So we ended up with people putting them up at the bottom, the top of the street, and in the middle as well. And then we collated all the data. And we came up with this nice little map. So if you look at the top really big circle, the dark blue one, that's Beach Bottom Dyke up there in St Albans, and then right over there to the far left, that's the River Vere. So you can see we've got a nice population of soprano pipistrelles there, and then you can see right through the centre, running through the centre, that's our railway line. So there's obviously quite a lot going on there, and then to the right of that, there's quite a lot going on at the Wick as well, which is another green space in St Albans. But we feel this is really incomplete. Unfortunately, our detectors, they weren't sensitive enough to detect all the species of bat. We really feel like we need to do this again this summer. And of course, what we want is the data to inform us as to where would be best to, for example, run a plant a hedge project, or if the council is looking to plant trees, we can then say, well, actually, we know there's a bat run here. Please, could you plant more trees along this? So we think the data is going to be really useful to us. And also it is very exciting building all those bat monitors. And then there we go. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm interested to know, particularly with access to nature, and we all know the benefits of connecting with nature in this sort of way is huge for well-being. Have you started to look at strategic kind of more socially deprived areas of St Albans? I don't know this, so I'm not sure if there are. But also things like schools and communal gardens alongside private gardens, just because not everyone has a garden.
Right, yes. What we've tried to do is just to make it accessible to everybody. I didn't mention with the plant swapping, also very much what was going through our minds. We didn't want people to not have a plant just because they couldn't pay for one. So, but it is obviously, we're a group that advertises our presence, and then we take on board who comes to us, you know, and we get most of the engagement that happens when we're actually on the street. It actually, what we've noticed, it doesn't work terribly well for us to maybe go to a place and then have a little stall or whatever we do, because we've got stalls, we've got leaflets, but that doesn't work nearly so well as actually engaging people on the streets. So, we don't have much control over who comes to us, but obviously everybody's welcome. Schools we haven't in the past, but I think there are other things like Sustainable St Albans that does a lot with schools. So we try very much to stick to our, you know, the gardens, private gardens, just because that's kind of our niche in St Albans.
Hi everyone. Don't know about you. I had a dream about presenting this last night, and I spent the whole time talking about art. Oh, it seems to be on a timer. So yeah, so that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Some art, I'm going to talk to you about this. So I work, oh my gosh, what's going on here? Let's go back. Let's start again. Does anyone know why it's doing that?
You didn't this one.
I might have done. Is that okay? Sorry, guys. Hold on. Do you want some more jokes? Yeah.
What's your best joke?
What's brown and sticky?
No, come on. You can do better than that.
I have a 2-year-old. That's, yeah. If anyone's a PowerPoint whiz, let me know.
We need to reshare it.
Right.
Reshare it quickly.
Let's hope.
I could try and go through as quickly as it was going, but probably not.
How many people does it take to take the timings off a PowerPoint presentation? Too many.
All right, Sharon, let's go.
Okay.
All right, a little bit.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be changing yet. So yeah, my name's Becca. I work at Q. Just to give a quick introduction to who I am, and then I'll talk about Q, which you've all probably heard of. I have a research background in agriculture and rural development, but particularly on the social and cultural aspects of natural resource management, which I think need to come before any sort of scientific monitoring and research. We need to understand the context. So today I'm going to speak to you about the kind of mechanisms for co-designed scientific research for nature recovery. Just a quick overview, and I'm hoping it won't skip to the next slide. I'm going to talk about what are the challenges we're facing, what is Q, and our mission, and then the how. I'm going to propose a few kind of frameworks that we've been working on, which are not new, we haven't come up with the idea of living laboratories or co-design, but we've tried to collate best practice. And then also, how do we scale that and the role of communications? And then finally, why is what we're proposing important and valuable for nature recovery in particular? Okay, quickly. I mean, hands up if you've heard of Q. Yeah, yay. So Kew Gardens there's Kew Gardens in Richmond, lovely botanic garden in London. But actually we are fundamentally a research organisation, and we specialise in plants and fungi. Our mission is to understand and protect plants and fungi for the well-being of people and for all life on Earth. Alongside Kew Gardens in London, we have a site down in Sussex, which is where I work, called Wakehurst, which is more of a wild, semi-natural ecosystem. And we also have an international research site in Madagascar that has been running for many years. Alongside these amazing sites, we have over 600 scientists, but also this fantastic living collection in the gardens of global species of plants and fungi. Also, the Millennium Seed Bank at Wakehurst, which houses, I believe, over 96% of the UK's vascular plants in seed form. And anything that's recalcitrant, it's out in the landscape being conserved there. And we have a dried kind of fungarium and herbarium as well. So dating all the way back to kind of Charles Darwin. So we have all of that. And we have lots of visitors, so we have a unique kind of convening power across diverse audiences. We're part of DEFRA as well. So we've got a big task on our hands, and we have primarily focused on global biodiversity. But recently we've launched a few research programs, including the one that I'm on, which focus specifically on the UK. So now, how does this mission and work relate to the UK? I mean, I won't go into all of these. I mean, I drove from Sussex this morning. It took over 2 hours. That was basically what my road looked like. And yeah, so we've got tons of wicked challenges. They're interconnected, they're complex, they involve tons of different interests and agendas on a limited UK land use stock. And yeah, all the way from food security, flooding, lack of access to nature, housing, you name it, climate change. And at Q, we fundamentally believe, and it's great to see the DEFRA report that's just come out about biosecurity, that biodiversity is at the absolute foundation. A more biodiverse country is more resilient, and so on. So to understand the role of biodiversity and really evidence that and the contribution to people, so ecosystem services, we use Wakehurst, which is on the left-hand side, this big just over kind of 200 hectare site in West Sussex, home to the Millennium Seed Bank, as a kind of scientific playground. We have the vaults, the Millennium Seed Bank, but then scientists are also out in the landscape doing measurements across wet woodlands, grasslands, conifer-like woodlands, broadleaf, formal horticultural gardens, like all of it, all of these different habitats, to understand what nature's contributions to people are and the role of biodiversity in that. We also do nature connectedness work, so it's not just the kind of ecological science and landscape ecology, but also the role of biodiversity in enhancing well-being. And then we also have an amazing education program and again, kind of engaging people with nature, and a fantastic land management team, obviously. all of these are turning Wakehurst into a living laboratory, which again is like a kind of place-based playground for innovative science and practice on UK conservation. It's not a new term. I mean, I know I'm being interactive, it's after lunch. Has anyone heard of the term living laboratory before and would like to, I can see a hand. Would you like to tell me what a living laboratory is? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. You do have a, Rothamsted has a living laboratory, yeah. 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 You are our heroes, yeah. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, the gentleman from Rothamsted, one of the best living laboratories in the UK, go and visit. The Northwick site in particular, I think is fantastic. Yeah, it's correct that it's a long-term, and I'm just going to, there we go. It's a long-term in situ, it can be digital, but it's often place-based, experimental test bed that achieves scientific innovation to address societal challenges. Now, the key crux is that it is a really great way of taking monitoring, long-term monitoring, and creating an evidence feedback loop. So going all the way around to policy and then land use change practice and then back into monitoring. So you're constantly doing it and it's always locally relevant as well. So adapting to, or addressing the issues in the region that it's in. My question, or the question that we're kind of asking, is how do we apply the living laboratory concept to environmental science and also to nature recovery? I told you there'd be art. To answer this question, we were like, okay, we want to create an environmental science living laboratory, a place-based living laboratory to help local nature recovery, evidence on biodiversity and ecosystem services, and where's a framework for it? There's a framework for living laboratories, which is brilliant. There's well-established ones in IT, medicine, kind of things like urban resilience and so on. But we couldn't find any incredibly kind of clear framework for environmental science living laboratories. There are specific living laboratories like Rothamsted, and a lot of them are focused on particular themes such as agroecology, soil health, pollution in urban areas and so on. They're also called like lighthouses or trial farms and so on. But yeah, we were like, where's the big framework here? And without that clear framework, and I think what is most important for nature recovery is that then there's limited harmonization of data across all of the living laboratories, especially environmental science ones, across the UK and internationally. There are networks. I'm not at all dismissing the networks that exist to bring people together, but particularly in the realm of environmental science, I think a lot more needs to be done in the UK to make sure we're all speaking together. So what did we do? We did a literature review. We looked at nearly 200 pieces of literature across the world, and we came up with a sort of general framework, which I've drawn as a lovely infographic, about what kind of makes an effective environmental science living laboratory. So one is like gathering robust long-term data. It has to be continuous and it has to be harmonized, like linking to existing networks. Someone mentioned the biodiversity record centers. Like, how can you use the same methods, the same kind of standardized protocols so that everything can be compared? Second is collaborative partnerships that we're going to go into. So co-design from the very start, and also a quadruple helix of stakeholder engagement. So academia, industry, communities, and also, oh my gosh, academia, industry, communities, and government. There we go. Then data, so using things like AI, scalable and predictive models, but also open access data. So how can we make sure that everything is accessible? The fourth one, open innovation. So how do you continue to test over and over again new methods before you scale up? And then finally, adaptive governance. So a feedback-led monitoring where you're constantly evaluating whether something is successful or not, rather than just saying, here's a steering group, and then at the end, this is the impact. So a framework's good, but still, I'm looking at those words and I'm like, okay, what does co-design mean really in practice? What is, collaborative partnerships? Now, I mean, we are part of DEFRA. The word co-design is a very popular term in policy at the moment. I see it in a lot of research reports, interdisciplinary, collaborative, isn't it wonderful? But seriously, how do you do it? And so I did another literature review. This is what I do. And this was only kind of around 46 papers, actually, including existing living laboratories and long-term environmental monitoring programs. And essentially came up with the ingredients to how you can actually effectively co-design. And in my view, this needs to come before you even start the monitoring. Get the co-design framework in place. It could take up to a year. Literature suggests 3 months to a year, so budgeting for that, costing that into time and so on. I'm not going to go into all of them, but I think the most important ones for me are like collaborative governance. What does that actually mean? So for us, it is how do you create IP agreements with everyone that's going to be involved from start to finish on who owns the data, who owns the, kind of data sharing responsibilities. How can you create a theory of change together to show even beyond the length of the project that you're on, the impact that's going to continue so people continue to be motivated. Long-term funding, there was actually very little research on best practice and how to create funding models. So it was brilliant to hear Ian's talk this morning about how they're doing that. And I know that Environment Agency have been doing a lot on blended public-private green finance as well. And let me look here. Oh yeah, another thing was using kind of tried and tested co-design methods and budgeting those in. But I think the most important is the institutionalization of co-design. Even if you, as a project, a nature recovery project, are interested in it, does the organization you work for and the people within the project, is the red tape, the legal frameworks, the finance systems, do they actually enable you to have an equal playing field where there isn't just one leader and you're all making similar, like shared decisions and so on? I think that's really, really important. So, I mean, we're applying this at Wakehurst and how we can kind of like start applying those mechanisms. But we are just one place, and you guys are obviously kind of focusing more on landscape and scale. And so I was asked kind of the importance of scale. And in order to be effective, we want to understand how ecosystems are changing and responding at this landscape scale, not just a site of one, even if we do have lots of different habitats. So we want to expand across all of these sorts of land uses. And how do we do that? Well, obviously, the mechanisms of a living laboratory and co-design will help. The harmonization of different methods and data and so on across teams, so local nature recovery strategies, like are they using the same habitat maps, the same data, like how can you link everything up? Similar to Nadia's talk this morning, it's like even with kind of monitoring of bat populations, how can the methods that are being used at that local scale be similar to the ones that are being used at a national scale? So there's link up where relevant. Things like remote sensing, AI, brilliant for creating kind of time series across landscapes, and also working within the timeframes of ecology. I mean, basically nothing really changes much compared to the demands of maybe a corporate that wants some reporting done. So how can you make sure that you've kind of taken that into account? Okay, and finally, I mean, yeah, I've got 2 more slides. So alongside scaling, I really, really wanted to hammer home about the importance of communications. I think, again, similar to terms like co-design and so on, communication sometimes are like just at milestones and you give an impact report. In order to do successful kind of co-design in environmental research, it has to be continuous. And I'm going to give some examples of this. So we work with farmers, both at the commercial scale, like Yove Valley, but also at the local scale across, for example, Wheel to Waves, which is a 100-mile nature recovery corridor in Sussex that we're actually sat within. And their interests may be very different. And I'll give you an example. We did some research with Yove Valley, who have created some fantastic silver pasture, and we were asked to come in and we did loads of research on carbon and greenhouse gas flux and biodiversity, and it was brilliant and they loved it. And then we kind of communicated with them, I don't know, when we were coming down and stuff like that. What we hadn't fully realised, and it's a learning, is that when our scientists started giving them evidence, they're like, this is useful, but like none of our farmers are going to be interested in this because they've shifted from being interested in net zero to now being interested in shelter and shade. Like their agenda and what they see as valuable information has changed. So an academic paper on like greenhouse gas flux might have been useful 3 years ago, but now it isn't, kind of thing. So without that consistent communication of like what is end user value, you might be completely off the mark, basically. And I think, yeah, the most important thing is talking about like everyone will have individual priorities. So how can you all come together right at the start for that common vision? Finally, why is this useful for nature recovery? It is proven that the living laboratory method, a fundamental kind of start in co-design for nature recovery, builds long-term trust and engagement, particularly with underserved groups such as farmers. It is really, really important for that. It's not just kind of that helicopter or parachute kind of approach where you come in, do some research and then leave. Also, there's a really valuable thing around farming in particular, that long-term trust and engagement with the methods. It could be they're doing lots of trials on passive acoustic monitoring, which is more kind of bioacoustics in the field that then automatically send data back. And a lot of farmers find that a lot easier to engage with than, for example, working with tons of external consultants and so on to monitor ecosystem services. Yeah, the feedback loop. It just creates that feedback loop between monitoring, change, policy, and so on. It's flexible and adaptive. It goes beyond the technical aspects. There are a lot of environmental monitoring programs in the UK where I've trawled their websites, and literally there is collaboration talked about after the monitoring is put in place, but very little on like design. And also, yeah, it goes beyond KPIs like number of species and towards a transformative kind of cultural change. So our hope is that we'll work together with more environmental science living laboratories, learn from them and kind of use these frameworks to maximise collaborative impact. So if you're interested in speaking to me afterwards, get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you. Extremely interesting. Does anybody have a question? After the Alex.
But it's sparked a bunch of ideas about how we would think about monitoring within the local strategy. And what I would like to do with the right center. So I have one specific question though relating to what you mentioned about remote sensing and then time series. Have you found, looking at the recent literature, that remote sensing methods have got better when we have been habitat classification than they were about 5 years?
Oh gosh, I mean, I could blag an answer right now, but I don't actually know. The reason I'm saying that is that I work much more on the kind of social side, but take my email and my colleague, who is the kind of scientific research lead for the programme, will definitely be able to answer that question. I just don't want to blag an answer. Sorry about that. I mean, yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff on remote, on kind of like remote sensing, AI readiness and stuff like that. There's a lot of interest in that space. So yeah, let's pick it up afterwards. Thanks. One I can answer.
collaboration. It's a partnership. We took some time to get it right. And we had an outside consultant to help us to gel the partnership together, to look at some of the common trust elements, to make sure we shared a vision, etc., etc. And it was time well spent by the getting the partnership together. So it certainly helped build the confidence and I would say the sort of like trust needed to work your backside on making you feel done, trusting that everyone else is doing the same and we're not the only one giving. Extremely interesting. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think, first of all, huge thanks, Lynn and Mark in particular. I mean, we've got I've got 6 of these LNRSs in my patch. They're all terrific, but I must say, I really am impressed with what the team here has achieved in what was actually quite a short space of time. It was a terrific product that you've produced, and I absolutely love the energy and enthusiasm that has been created by that team, but also in this room. So really, really great. Well done. What I've been asked to talk about this afternoon is just some reflections about what do we know about delivering effective, impactful nature recovery projects, and what are some of the things that are going on in government's thinking and mind, and sorts of things that they can offer to help us support and drive this through. And of course, there is a huge ambition here, isn't there? And the LNRS here that we've got in Hearts is tremendous, but it's a big task. What we're trying to sort of roll out and make happen here. It's tremendous, but this can't all be done immediately. We'll need to carefully phase what we do over time, really, really focusing on some big priorities to get us started with. So in terms of kind of what we know, well, actually, over the past sort of 50 plus years, of course, we've learned lots about nature and nature conservation in particular, but also nature recovery. But we also know that we haven't been doing it terribly well, because nature tells us the truth and nature has been declining. So we've had to step back, haven't we, over, in recent years, and think, actually, well, what is it that we need to put in place? And in that regard, the Lawton report, Making Space for Nature, as many of you will know, was absolutely seminal in terms of reminding us and telling us actually what are the core sort of ingredients we need to be putting in place for nature to really thrive in our country. And that report, as you will know, also sort of really got brought into sort of government policy in its 25-year environment plan, which brought into sort of public sort of familiarity the Nature Recovery Network. So a really key report. That subsequently was taken forward by Natural England with its Nature Evidence Handbook, which tells us about some of the things that we need to think about if we're wanting to design sort of really impactful, effective nature recovery projects. And some of those things I'm sure will be familiar to you, but large sites, absolutely fundamental. The larger, the better. We have a rule of thumb of around 5,000 hectares as being what we mean by large, in excess of that. And that's because that's a scale at which you can start to play around with natural processes, with ecosystem function. So really, really critical. And we need to see sites as part of a network, how they all connect up. And we've heard about some of that earlier today in some of the ways in which action, additively over a number of different places connected up can have real impact. Restoring natural processes. That's, instead of us micromanaging for species, for habitats, let's get the natural processes right and the nature will follow. And again, some of the stories here about river restoration, getting those regimes right. Let's not worry about what the nature is that comes back. Let's get that sorted, and then we'll see what biodiversity comes in its place. And these sites cannot be looked at in their isolation. They're part of wider ecosystems. We need to understand, how does the wider movement of water, the relationships with air, the relationships with people, with the soils, how do all of those come together in thinking about what we need to do about a place and what that place needs to have in terms of those wider impacts? And finally, change. We cannot think of stasis. These are dynamic sites. Climate change needs to be taken into account. Good news is all of that knowledge, has been listened to. Government did listen to a lot of that. Natural England very much has listened to it. Our new strategy, which was kindly referred to earlier, absolutely gets the need to be thinking around nature recovery in a different way, thinking about the scale and the urgency of nature recovery, but looking at it in terms of, restoring those natural systems by, in particular, tackling the root causes of harm, connecting up sites, and ultimately driving for healthier ecosystems. So all of that kind of, evidence, that science is being brought to bear here in terms of the approach that we take. Right, so if that's the theory, and if that's the sort of strategy, what have we learned about its actual application? And in that regard, we've got some useful, fairly recent examples of what has been done and tried here through the nature recovery projects. Now, those projects, they were proposed again by in the 25-year environment plan, which talked about these nature recovery areas. And the aim of those was to really sort of kickstart the sort of large-scale collaborative action that we need to enable the nature recovery network. And in the end, 12 of these were established around the country. And that's between sort of 2021 and 2024. And when we came to review and evaluate those projects and where we'd got to, there was a number of real kind of key sort of conclusions that we could reflect on in terms of the success of those projects. And firstly was the importance of vision and being clear about what it is we're trying to deliver and the sort of master plan thinking that goes in at the start. Projects which don't just invent themselves, but which are built on and use a lot of the existing partnerships, the farmer clusters, the existing sort of ambitions which are out there, are far more effective at having impact early. And it's the relationships that really, really matter here. The investing in understanding the different stakes and interests that players have and building those commitments to joint action. That, those projects which really emphasise that were tended to be more successful. There isn't a single model to how you should govern and manage and run these things. It depends on the local circumstances. But light touch governance was generally seen to be, the best way forward. And, having some sort of dedicated coordination to sort of drive these things forward. Nothing earth-shattering in any of that, and I'm sure sort of familiar to many of you, but it's useful just to remind ourselves that these are some of the key things that are really important. And the project which I know most about, which was one of those 12, is the Cambridge Nature Network. And I think worth reflecting there on the amount of work that they did early on in terms of the evidence, the science about what we know about this place, about where the most, the best opportunities were for nature recovery, and the investment in some of the one-to-one relationships with the farmers and the landowners to talk about the vision, to build that sense of sort of shared commitment. Those sort of things would really help to sort of get that project off the ground, and is again one of those examples of joining up sites across a wider area to create these kind of connected core sites. So what else is going on then? So where's the thinking about how do we drive and enable more of this nature recovery? So I'm just going to talk to you about a number of the initiatives that are underway at present, and we've referred to quite a few of these during the conversation so far. So firstly, on landscape recovery. And as many of you will know, that's one of the three main, the three sort of core bits of the environmental land management scheme. So this is aimed at the really big, radical, large-scale change in land use that we need to see happen to get some of the wider benefits of nature recovery, particularly around working with natural processes and looking to to get healthier ecosystems. And as others have said, there's been 2 rounds so far of landscape recovery, and it has been in a pilot phase so far. So we're learning as we go about what works well in terms of good landscape recovery projects. There will be a further round 3. Which we expect any time to get news about, when that will be open. The important thing about this, there's a few things. One is that you get two grants. You get this grant to do a lot of the development work, 2-year development grant, and then you get these long-term public supported grants for 20 plus years for the actual development and delivery, the implementation of it. So, that ticks a lot of the boxes that we heard earlier about the need to invest up front in what we know, the joint vision, the detail of what we want to happen. But the key thing about landscape recovery, it is that large scale projects where we're looking at ambitious change and habitat restoration. So that's landscape recovery. Really, really important scheme, though. That's where a lot of the public money is going to be going to drive the sorts of radical changes that we need. So we must make use of these. And I really hope that across Hertfordshire, we see a really good, healthy pipeline of such projects coming through, because we must make use of those funds. I think I've covered that. That just reminds us. So the final thing I should just mention, that of blended finance. It is public money, but also with some private money as well. So I'll come to the private money in a bit. Briefly, Nature Restoration Fund hasn't been mentioned today so far, but this, just to remind you, this is a significant change in the planning system. And it is kind of government's, it's an aspiration as to how we both secure the homes and the infrastructure that we need, but at the same time that we also get well-placed strategic nature restoration as well. So it's a new development in the Planning and Infrastructure Act. Big focus at the moment for DEFRA to get this right, and indeed for bodies like Natural England, who are centre stage in implementing it. But in brief, what the Nature Restoration Fund will be about is, instead of developments having to mitigate on a bespoke individual scale, with the Nature Restoration Fund, developers will pay into a levy. That levy will be pooled. Those pooled monies will fund strategically designed long-term landscape scale nature restoration that addresses the issues that the developer, of the impacts of their schemes. So it's radical, it's different. It should be a lot better for nature in the long term. The focus of this is very much at the moment, as you may know, on this issue of nutrients, because that's an obvious thing where lots of developers are having to individually sort that out. It doesn't work. We need to look at it at a strategic scale. So that's where the focus is. The important thing for today is we're at the early stages of Nature Restoration Fund and EDPs, but they will over time likely grow and take on other things beyond just nutrients. They likely will look at sort of species, air quality, recreational impacts. These are things which may have a useful, where ADPs may be useful in the long term. And those plans will need to integrate with and be shaped by the LNRSs. So it also becomes a way in which we can ensure that nature being put back into the landscape helps actually support the implementation of the LNRS. I'll also briefly mention Projects for Nature. This is a very different sort of initiative, which you may again be aware of. So it's much more about kind of where businesses are voluntarily wanting to donate and support nature restoration projects. And the platform for doing this has been set up by DEFRA, Natural England and Environment Agency are the bodies which assure that the projects are sound and meet kind of key standards. And it's a way of giving confidence to business, particularly in terms of their corporate and social responsibility, that they're investing in really, really good projects when they choose to do so. And this scheme had a pilot phase. It's about to be relaunched, I think, in a month's time or so. And it will be really focusing on things like this nature restoration, species and habitat recovery, nature-based solutions around, adapting to climate change and connecting people with nature. And we know there was a lot of interest in the first round. We're expecting equally, if not more interest when this gets relaunched. And it's a great way of actually linking up business with nature recovery. And as mentioned earlier, Wheel to Waves, again, here, good place where Lloyds Bank putting quite a lot of money to help support the delivery of that. Finally, I've mentioned sort of green finance in various ways along the way already, but the reality is, that I think the environmental improvement plan, which was just refreshed 2020, just recently, I can't remember the exact estimate, but I think folk reckon this, the cost of implementing and delivering those targets is something in excess of £2 billion, £2 to £5 billion a year, to deliver on those targets. Far, far bigger than the public purse is ever going to stretch to. And so we are going to need to look at, how we do this and deliver it, drawing in wider sources of finance. And some of that, and when I say finance, we're talking obviously particularly around the sort of private finance sector. And there's, things are starting to happen well in that front, particularly around some of the supply side, giving confidence around, the standards for investing in sound projects. So we've had the British standards recently have just been issued around nature recovery. The project I just talked about with Projects for Nature, good examples of where we're trying to sort of ensure that, investors can be confident in terms of the outputs that they're going to get. And of course, we've got lots of examples here of where, things like BNG and the Nature Restoration Fund, where regulation can be a positive driver for private finance. And we've got voluntary schemes like, the Carbon Code and the Woodland Code, all great, but, they're still fairly small. They're not going to sort of match the big gap that we've got. So the big question is, we know that healthy nature is great, not just for nature, but it absolutely underpins long-term business resilience and helps manage risk. And the big goal here is, how do we help and facilitate the private investment in nature to de-risk a lot of their own business needs? And this, this is where we need to be really putting our attention. Government is wanting to listen to what we need to do here, or what government can do to unlock and remove some of the barriers to this, how we can give greater confidence and expand the use of some of these voluntary markets. And it had a consultation, I think, last year around what do we need to do to put in place here. So I'm not here to tell you what the answer is, sadly, but I suppose watch this space, because this is, I think, where we really need to be moving in the future and unlocking some of those sources of private finance. Because, of course, the local nature recovery strategy is not just about nature. Others have said it. The places that we have put in things like the Herts LNRS are good for nature. They are the right places, but they actually also deliver on society's wider needs around flood risk management, around improvements to air quality, public enjoyment of green space. All of these things will be delivered too if we invest in those places. And those benefits are owned publicly, but also privately. And how do we therefore access that wider, ensure there's wider benefits, and that we access those wider sources to pay for some of these things? So a fantastic strategy. There's a huge amount to be done. working at scale, working at space, at pace, and ensuring that we do collaborate and continue to build on the partnerships that we have got in place in the production of this LNRS, that we build on those in the delivery of it, are absolutely critical to going forward. And certainly Natural England, we really look forward to being part of all of that. So thank you very much.
Oh, John just said, hopefully there aren't any questions, are there? Questions for John? Natural England funding, 2 over there.
Yes. Great question. So, if, one of the, as we grow as a country and have more people, those people clearly want to go to these lovely places like Ashridge and have recreational enjoyment. Those places can, we can do a lot to improve the management of those places. And so with Ashridge, a large amount of money is being paid for by developers to go to the body, the National Trust, to improve the management to make sure it can accommodate more people. But we also need to create more spaces near where people live, so they don't feel they have to go to Ashridge all the time to have an enjoyable recreational experience. There has been a lot of research done on what is the right sort of catchment for those alternative natural green spaces, and how far are they effective. And a lot of the evidence to date has been based on work that was done on the Thames Basin heaths some 20 years ago. And there is, there's evidence coming through about kind of, are those the right limits or not? And we certainly had some evidence to suggest we might need to look at that again. And just check that those are still indeed the place, that those are still indeed the right sort of size and locations for SANGs. But at the moment, our evidence and our policies are based on those which we've been operating for some time. But absolutely something that we need to keep looking at. And it's really important, really important to us that these alternative natural green spaces do deliver on what we wanted from them. Otherwise, we may still be getting additional impacts on some of these special sites. So it's a topic of interest at the moment in Natural England. Thank you. Yeah.
That you say that nutrients of rich soils, but are there any environmental plans coming here? And if not, what should we be doing to try and make sure that there are some?
So environmental delivery plans they're being very cautiously, slowly rolled out. The first few will be looking at nutrients. Now, government wants to see how we go with those and make sure we do those right to begin with before we start expanding out to look at other habitats, species and this sort of thing. So it'll be quite some time before we look at that. And they're designed to strategically mitigate for the impacts of development. So they may not be the right sort of solution to what you were just describing. My understanding is, there's much better. I mean, we're far more aware now of the importance of scrub and those, those edge habitats much better understood and much more valued. And so these are increasingly, and I don't have the detail here, increasingly reflected in some of the environmental land management scheme options. And that's probably the best way for us to be thinking about. And of course, in BNG as well, I think, certainly scrub, reflected in those. So those are where we need to perhaps look, I'd say, rather than EDPs, but very important features. Ponds and scrub are seen as, the place to go. Easy, quick wins for nature. If you want to do something fast, that's what you should do.
So some of you may have seen some of this before. Apologies if you have, but I'm going to try and keep it a bit interesting because we've made some additions to this in the time since you would have last seen it. Like I said, we have this really interesting opportunity now to do things a little bit differently. And the founding partners of this new partnership are Gascoigne, are the Wildlife Trust, and are the County Council. And we think that balance of partners initially, which is set to grow, but is a really important message to the county about how we're intending to do this. And that's by starting with the direct involvement of a farmer and landowning organisation like us. Now, obviously, we're a certain type of farmer and landowner, and there's a whole smorgasbord of different operators across the county, from sort of small tenant farms up to sort of very successful independent businesses. There is a whole variety of different farming stakeholders, and that needs to be taken into account, and that will be as part of the process as we go forward. But it's absolutely clear to me that the 70% of the land in the county that is owned by private farmers is central to our ability to deliver against the local nature recovery strategy. And if we do not involve those people meaningfully from the beginning, we're going to come into difficulty quite quickly. So the basic challenge is that we're very good at writing strategies and we're terrible at delivering them. So if you look at starting in 94, we can go back beyond 94, but all the way through, we've had Biodiversity Action Plan, Biodiversity UK Approach, 25-year plan to improve the environment, Hertfordshire State of Nature. No criticism on any of these individual pieces of work. They're all fantastic. They're all very well researched. They're very well intentioned. But in the time since they've been published, that line has continued to go down. And we continue to see the degradation of the natural environment, and we continue failing to reverse it. And we need to start thinking a little bit differently about the problem that we're facing and ask ourselves the question, why has nothing really changed? Why is it still broadly bottoming out and declining? We may be just about starting to turn the tide, but probably not yet. And I think fundamentally it's about the model that we've used to address these problems. It's not properly accounting for the externalities or the costs of some of the activity that's taking place across the county and across the country. And it's not speaking the right language to the people who have the desire and the incentives to put money into this sort of stuff so that we can get it working. So we have this problem where it's too big, it's too ugly, it's too hairy a challenge for charity alone to deal with it. And there's some fantastic work that's taking place across the county and across the country by organisations like the Wildlife Trust, who have achieved fantastic things with very, very limited resources. And for me, that is the key problem, is that how much more could we achieve if there was more resource to go round? We've learned we can't rely on government funding. Now, John Torles gave a fantastic presentation and there's a lot of ambition there. But as I alluded to earlier, SFI shut at a moment's notice last year, and all of a sudden our bank account looks slightly different than it did before. So that is a real existential problem for farmers who are facing a reduction in other subsidies, things like BPS, and that this principle of public payments for public goods is one that we should be adopting. But I don't think we have. I think what we've learned in the last couple of years is that we can't rely on that in perpetuity. We're also often not speaking the language of the people who are motivated to take part in this conversation. So different, as Becca alluded to in her presentation about collaboration and partnerships, people have their own desires and they have their own outcomes in mind. And if you try and present them A when actually what they want is B, there's very little point in having the conversation. And also, I think because we've got so used to this scarcity of resource, the scale of our ambition has been reduced and reduced and reduced. And we get very excited about quite small projects, not because, and I'm not saying we shouldn't get excited about these projects because they are fantastic and they're delivering real meaningful impact, but we need to expand our level of ambition in order to attract the sort of people who are otherwise looking to deploy cash. So the key questions that we've been asking ourselves is, how do we deliver value for nature at scale? And by scale, we're often thinking catchment scale, we're thinking county scale. And actually, I think interesting, Hertfordshire is almost the perfect unit size for this sort of work. How do we make sure the model survives funding cycles? So whether it's local politicians changing office, whether it is DEFRA that suddenly had money and now they don't have money, whoever it might be, water companies and which funding mechanisms and regimes that they're under at any given time, they're always transient and they always change. And we need to work out how this model survives that sort of volatility. How do we make sure it pays? The voice is going. Apologies, I'm getting deeper and deeper. How do we make sure it pays? And when I say make sure it pays, I mean delivers a revenue payment to the people managing the land for a decent period of time. Because it's all very well and good spending 100 grand restoring a tiny bit of river, but if you're not then paid thereafter, you've lost productive land that you could otherwise be doing something with. And then how do we speak the language of the people with the money, right? There's this perceived wisdom that there is this massive wall of cash that is trying to be deployed into natural capital, but nobody really knows where to put it because they don't have the scale. We don't have the sort of mechanisms for deploying that cash. We can have a debate about the height of that wall and how close it is to crashing over us. But that is the principle is there that we need to establish a new mechanism for making this place that we all live in, that we all love, investable and interesting. And you could look at it in a whole number of different ways. So you could let Lynn run it at the county council, raised eyebrow, and sort of we'll leave it with the public sector. It's a public sector strategy. Let the public sector crack on. I think we probably would agree that hasn't always paid off. You could come sort of slightly further away from the public sector, and you could say, well, the Wildlife Trust, perfect. They have the expertise, they have the experience of delivery on the ground, but actually, do they currently have the mechanisms to engage on that wider scale? You could try and bring greater experience in from different places in the form of a partnership. Or you could go sort of fully private and go very contractual and look at things like landscape enterprise networks, where you're trading specific nature-based solutions within a framework that is agreed between business and landowners, and it's quite sort of technical and quite contract-driven. But you can see these also on a spectrum of grant giving to sort of value curating. You can see them on a spectrum of more centralized to less centralized. And as we've already alluded to, the judgment we've come to is that the partnership model we think is probably the best because it enables us to bring in these different stakeholders in a way which doesn't step on the toes of anyone else, but also brings in that experience at the critical moments when they're required. And we think it probably works because it should be self-sustaining. The idea is that we'll get to a point where this is a self-funding mechanism and it doesn't rely on funding from government or other sources. It can and will and should have transparent governance, which means that when we're working with farmers, when we're working with different stakeholders, with charities, with communities, there is a very clear governance structure which enables people to trust what we're trying to do. But what we have to avoid in that is a governance structure which is clear and transparent, but isn't overly onerous. And that's Lynn's point about agility. How do we do this quickly and how do we do this constructively, working in new ways with people? We think we can achieve a representative membership, and that involves having all of these different voices that I've already mentioned involved in different capacities at different times for different purposes, and making sure that they are properly consulted and properly engaged in an effort to co-design the responses that we are planning in the actual landscape itself. I appreciate co-design is a buzzword, but it's something we should at least be aspiring to. And the other key thing is that it can be established quickly. So we're waiting on an MOU, and I think in the next week that will land, and then my boss will sign it, and all of a sudden we're away. There is no faff. We can start motoring fairly quickly. We need to constitute a board with representation from these sorts of groups. And actually, I'd be interested to hear if you do stick around for the conversation taking place while some people might go for a walk. Who are the businesses that we might attract to this board? Who are the farmers and the representatives of those people that should be part of this strategic conversation to make sure that the flows of value are properly assigned. And obviously at the bottom there, you've got community groups and healthcare organizations, which are absolutely critical to the purpose and the mission of what we're trying to do, but don't necessarily have a voice in the delivery of it. So it's about trying to balance these different voices in a way which stays nimble, stays agile, but delivers those wider goods. So Becky and I have a bit of a job to do. So these are effectively our 4 key objectives. We need to establish the board, and we have an idea about who we think should be involved in that, but we're also open to suggestions, and that needs to be a board in the way that a corporate would have a board. It's about holding us to account for the job that we're doing. We need to find there we go, on my way. Can have some water, please. We need to find I'll try again. Third time lucky. Yeah, more or less. Okay, so we need to find some fee-paying anchor members, and I can say Gascoigne will be one of those fee-paying anchor members. We'll be paying an annual fee to the partnership so that it can persist beyond these sort of shorter-term funding cycles. And the aim will be to expand that membership with sort of commensurate benefits for the people who are contributing to make sure that that this can last into perpetuity. We need to create what we've termed an investable landscape prospectus, but it's effectively this idea of, you know, working out who wants what from this project and building this collection of projects, this collection of stakeholders and relationships, which delivers those different outcomes to those different potential partners. And we need to scope and identify a key pilot project. And my expectation is that that will involve at least one of the already existing farmer clusters, many of whom have been doing some great stuff. So, for example, we know, I think Fergus is here from the Mimram farmer cluster, or Willie's was here. They've already been doing some fantastic work with the Wildlife Trust, and these are the sorts of things, these are the most open doors that we should be pushing against in order to build the next step. But it's then how do you translate that up and down the chain to make sure that that the outcomes are properly understood. But the key difference, I think, for what this organisation is compared to maybe others, this isn't about reskinning existing projects. This isn't about taking the work of others and just putting a different badge on it and saying, aren't we clever? This is about originating new projects and about coordinating the relationships to deliver them. And that's both on the funding side and on the delivery side, where those landowners and those farmers are the key delivery mechanism. And I won't bore you too much with this because we talked about it a lot today, but you've got all of these different potential funding streams, which some are more mature than others, and some exist today and some might exist tomorrow, and some might be new that we haven't quite thought of yet. But properly articulating to potential funders which of these things that they're trying to get out of it. Are you trying to achieve natural flood management to protect Hertford, or do you just want a line in your ESG report to say, aren't we marvellous because we've funded a project on a chalk stream? What is it that these people are looking for, and how do we make sure that you can deliver those different benefits across the same projects? And then ultimately plugging that in through this investable landscape so that we can derive those returns so that farmers can be properly remunerated for the work they're doing, that community groups can be properly empowered to deliver some of the stuff like the Wildlife Watch example we had earlier. And indeed, lots of people who own land in the county are charities. And how did they get the funds and the mechanisms for delivering really high value stuff? You know, this is, we think, we sort of sit in the middle, and it's about us trying to work with the people above to then make sure that the actual delivery partners on that level there are able to do what they need to do in perpetuity. So, next steps, I actually presented something similar in December to a webinar. So the top 2 weren't green until last Friday. Launch event, hello, you're here, well done. We've appointed the directors, that's me and Becky. We now need to go forward and establish this board and try and work out who the critical partners are to make this work in for the next 12 to 18 months, so that we then have the right basis for if all this stuff happens. We have this organisation that's able to adapt and able to respond to the changing circumstances. We've already started this process of engagement with landowners and farmers. I mean, we had this room full of landowners twice in the process of the LNRS. We had a different room full of landowners once. There's a lot of talk about this, and there's a lot of key people in the room who have been involved in this conversation from the beginning, and we want to continue those conversations and build on them. And then we need to select the pilot area. And I think there was a comment earlier that we haven't had quite enough focus on farmers, and I think that's probably right based on the presentations that we had. But I think it's quite clear to me that farmers are the key delivery mechanism in all this, because they are the people who can achieve scale. And what we don't want to see is the complete reduction of farming activity, right? Where this is still a farmed landscape. The English countryside is a fundamentally human landscape, and it's been managed and farmed by people for millennia. But I think what we're trying to say is, would it be possible to take a landscape that looks something like this? Now, this obviously isn't Hertfordshire, this is more like Suffolk. And say, well, what aspiration could we have to still produce food, to still deliver a livelihood for the people who are managing that land, but can we make it a bit rougher, a bit wetter, a bit more interesting, a bit more vibrant from the point of view of biodiversity? This is a pipe dream. This is a utopia, right? This isn't an easy to achieve thing. I don't know what those birds are on the top, but it's the pterodactyls. I think we've gone back to the Triassic. But actually, this is still a productive landscape. This is a farmed, productive, profitable landscape, because these different funding streams exist or are emerging. And that's what we really need to hold in our minds as we start on this next part of the journey, is can we just take what we've already got and make it better for everybody? Better for nature, better for farmers, and better for the county more broadly. And I've run out of steam. So any questions?
So, bringing about the living laboratory approach, but essentially that's kind of what you're trying to adopt, incredibly collaborative, in situ aspect or pilot. And there are tons of developments, particularly from Europe, that would be useful.
Thank you.
Where are they?
Not there yet, and I think this is the point, is that we don't think we don't claim to have the answers at the moment. What we have is 3 partners who are willing to work together to ask these questions, and then ultimately constitute a board of people who have the right skills to make it work. And I think it's a very good flag that scientists aren't on there. You're probably a bit far away to be part of it yourself, but well, if you've got any friends though who might want to chip in, then there we go. Of course, yeah. No, yeah. No, I think one of the reason I think we asked Becca to come today was because we're painfully aware of the need for this to be rigorous and scientific in its delivery, because it's great that we can spend some money doing some cool stuff, but actually we have to prove it. And whether that's proved by an ecologist going out on the ground on a specific site, or whether that's using LiDAR or satellite or remote sensing or whatever it is, we need to build this picture of the effects that we're having through this organization. I'm going to have to unlock a gate if that happens. I stood somebody down because I thought we weren't going to do it because it's too wet. So, but just let's deal with that in a second if we could. There's a bit of logistics to do in order to make that happen.
And then that other than having.
So I think lots of valid points, including the need for those sorts of bond mechanisms. I think that it's a good idea. I think it's beyond our remit to make that happen. In terms of BNG itself, I think we have to be careful to not over-promise what BNG can do, and it's a fundamentally limited market. It's not going to be the salvation to nature's issues in Hertfordshire or indeed anywhere else, because there is only a certain amount of it being required every year. As to on-site versus off-site, the on-site delivery is proving to be quite interesting and quite challenging. And I think what we have is a fundamental problem of misaligned incentives. You have house builders who need to build much needed housing and want to do it in a profitable way, and that's because we ask the private sector to deliver social good, and I think that's a problem, but that's a problem for another day. If you're trying to deliver biodiversity net gain on site, it's far more likely to be compromised and far less likely to deliver the ecological outcomes that are required. So there is a tension there where we want to be building, I think, and we should be building nature-rich, integrated communities of housing. But there is a real delivery risk associated with on-site delivery that I think isn't fully accounted for and won't be fully accounted for until we start realizing in 3 or 4 years' time that a lot of these schemes aren't working. So it's both a big problem and a small problem. It's both a big opportunity and a small opportunity, depending on how you look at it. But I do think that, that is a fundamental policy misalignment that isn't going to be resolved anytime soon. And now Lynn's going to tell me from a policy perspective why I'm wrong.
Dare.
That's why I wanted to get in first. Because
No.
What effect might that have on the strategy?
Okay, I'm going to take two questions. I'm going to take the one about biodiversity net gain and that one. I'll take both of those. Starting with your question, hopefully none. This is a 2-year project that we've agreed to trial the partnership for, working with this landowner focused approach, and that's what we've agreed with DEFRA. So we'll know at the end of 2 years whether it's got potential or whether we need to learn from it and actually move on to a different model. Local government reorganisation, we're looking at somewhere around the 2-year-ish period. But even when local government reorganisation happens, they still remain the responsible authority for the local nature recovery strategy. And if the partnership is working well, then it would be foolish to take it away. We have, I would say, excellent support, talking to some of our colleagues in other areas. All of the district and borough councils have been extraordinarily helpful in helping us bring the strategy together. And all of them have indicated interest in going forward and moving on to the delivery side. We're not short of people who want to do stuff, and we're short of the land to do it on and the money to pay for it. Which brings me back to biodiversity net gain. Biodiversity net gain is a really interesting tool. If an area is allocated as an opportunity area in the local nature recovery strategy, then somebody delivering biodiversity, the appropriate sort of biodiversity net gain in that opportunity area, gets an uplift. So what BNG does is it actually says, here is an incentive, Mr. and Mrs. Developer, to put your any offsite biodiversity net gain somewhere where it really matters, somewhere where it really makes a difference. So it's also more difficult to deliver your biodiversity net gain on a site which has been identified as being important to nature in the local nature recovery strategy, because the local authorities have to have regard to it when they're making their local plans and when they're delivering decisions about development management, bearing in mind that they can always be overruled by an inspector or the government. So it works as this incentive and a disincentive, and actually it's a very powerful tool. But Peter's right. We as a county, I think it would be fair to say, the councillors prefer, the planners prefer that biodiversity net gain is delivered on site. But where it can't all be, then obviously offsetting, it's part of the legislation. Developers can do that. But it doesn't take away from the need to provide other environmental strategies on the land. Just because you're not able to deliver all of your biodiversity net gain on a site doesn't mean you don't have to do environmental stuff on site. And the examples we talked about earlier about biomimicry, what you can do on facades, roofs, etc., that still counts aside from BNG.
I've just been reminded of something useful, but then yeah, I think we should go to Tim. So on the I've been reminded of the spatial multiplier under BNG as well, which basically punishes developers for trying to place BNG further away. So basically, the closer you are to the site, the cheaper it is for the developer, and that's one of the key protections within the legislation to make sure that if it doesn't happen on site, it at least then happens locally, and if it doesn't happen locally, your viability and your development starts becoming quite severely challenged. And I think that's where there are core protections within the legislation. It's not perfect. The BNG metric is rubbish, but it's consistently rubbish. That's probably okay. All of this stuff is true. But I think what it is a really good attempt to try to safeguard nature, to try and improve nature and enhance nature through a planning system which isn't really built for it. And I think it's as good as we've got for now. But like I say, it's not going to be the biggest part of this whole project. Tim.
Hi. And why I particularly want to that is that I think in any form of group going forward, inclusivity, those people actually know about nature at a community level. And there's few people in today that it's much longer than that. But Malcolm Hull is here. Malcolm is so giving when he knows about others. And he will go out and he'll buy you for Iceland park managers. And on my right here, we've got very nice single hand has been pretty much giving us a baseline on the Swift situation in nature over the last few years. And it's thanks to people like this working individually and not voluntarily doing they want to, and they as a board, as a collaboration going forward, unless we include people like the other individuals, it will be a lesser board and as a lesser delivery. Sometimes these people get overlooked from really having an influence on going to affect nature's recovery. Really do need these people. Whatever to do.
I think it's a really important point, and one which I think we can accommodate in a number of different ways. You know, we've already mentioned HERC, and obviously a lot of the data that's collected by these experts is consolidated by HERC, and I think that relationship needs to be strengthened. I think we also have to acknowledge that there's not many of us in the new partnership, so we are inherently reliant on the work and the partnership with people that are already doing this sort of good work. So whether we need to map out how it all plays together with advisory groups and steering groups and involvement in different things. But certainly, I would never want to understate the value of those sorts of efforts. And likewise, then how that all feeds up to the record centre and beyond. So, thank you for making that point.
What's sounding to me like so far is that we're looking at, we need a lot of awareness about what's going on, which suggests we might need some media involvement, and that we need to share the projects that are already happening so that people see the art of the possible and what's already going on. So, and people need to know the art of the possible as to what's going on in order that it's seen as a to voters, I'll say residents.
A comment, you said earlier on that there are two things you don't have. One is land and the second is finance. As a farmer, I would suggest that society is massively underestimating the vision, ambition and commitment from farmers, land managers and landowners to get involved in nature recovery. And they're also hugely underestimating the financial side of it. And since we last sat in this room as landowners, the agricultural economy has gone backwards, not forwards. And for me, that is the single biggest thing that we need to tackle, is the economic sustainability of doing this work for everybody who occupies land. Bank manager doesn't respond to ambition, vision, altruism, etc. You have to, that old saying, you have to be in the black to be in the green, is as alive now as it ever was. Fine for you, Nick.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate what that gentleman said over there. As a farmer, I'm not a farmer, I'm a borough councillor from Stevenage. But what you said in the presentation is that 70% of the county is farmland. And what I'm seeing in that strategy is an engagement to seriously engage with landowners in Hertfordshire. And the first thing that comes up from a very prosaic and very practical point of view is engage with that community and keep talking to them. And you're hearing some pretty serious economic challenges going on there. To give respect to the farming community. What I see in the land close to Stevenage, there's a lot of stuff going on at the side of fields. There's a lot of attempts at biodiversity and some really strong stuff going on around land that you're using as a business. But it is happening, so please keep talking to them.
So looking at those ideas of creating floodplains around rivers, and that as someone living in Hertford in the middle of 5 rivers, I really like that idea, because I don't think the money's there for the expensive infrastructure. But I also think it's quite hard to think that that's one sort of project, and then how do you engage people in towns because most of us live in urban areas, and then in my vision, I would like us to be able to go and walk over those flooded ways, maybe on raised paths, or a bit like between Hertford and Ware, you have the meads that are run as nature reserves by Middlesex Wildlife Trust. And to me, that's the kind of missing link between that would be really good if we get to that point, linking the urban areas with these reclaimed river areas. And I'm not sure how feasible that is in terms of managing for nature, but that's what I like to see.
often social media debates about whether or not last week council cheap cuts, and I spent a lot of time to flatten those not necessary flames. So yes, we certainly have a job there to do with public understanding.
This one's running out of battery.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Can I be heard at the back if I speak like this? Right, okay. We've got a microphone that's run out, so
about the money. For the
perhaps I can put a question back. Do you see the partnership as being something that fills in grant applications on behalf of a landowner?
no, I don't think it certainly needs to be an advice service for managing it.
Mhm.
Rather than
Sorry, yes. So, yeah, that's so some kind of advice to be provided over there. Do you want to go to the back as well? Behind over there as well. So, yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, and it's interesting, isn't it? Somebody said to me once, if you live in a deprived area, you're expected to go to hundreds of public meetings and give up lots of time to design projects to get you out of it. And if you live in a more well-off area, you write a letter to your councillor. And I think it's that same thing, isn't it? How much opportunity time do you have to give up to try to make something happen, and when you're already struggling? So I think that's a good point, well made. Sir. So let me come back to developers then. Just to be clear, you can't not do biodiversity net gain. It's nothing to do with viability. You have to do it. So there's no wiggle room on that. How you choose to do it, whether you buy offsets from somewhere else or whatever, is less under the control of the local authorities. But you do have to do it. So they can't wriggle out of it completely. But I take your point on the distance. On the point of the developers, it sounds like a real push there where you're saying to us, make sure developers are involved somehow. And actually, Peter's Urban and Civic have been here, yes, and other developers as well. And we are talking to Hert's Infrastructure and Development Board, but that sounds like a push to make sure they're actually involved. So we note that and we take that as advice. Thank you. So something around comms, and that's come back, I think, with the engagement of people, the understanding of what farmers do and what they're battling, and then how we're viewing the rural landscape as not just a playground, etc., plus the nature benefits, plus the other things. And that sounds like a need for a good comms engagement to get some of the messages out there. Okay, now it is, she says checking, it is freckled past hair. It is just coming up to 3:05, and I'm holding you from your refreshments. If you want to be further involved, when you scan your QR code to get the agenda for today, there's also an opportunity to sign up to hear more from us and to be kept in touch. As I say, we don't have all the answers yet. We will be asking for more advice, more support, more ideas. So if you could sign up to that if you want to be kept in touch, that would be tremendously helpful. Also upstairs, there's the opportunity to give your nature pledge and to write down and map any projects that you know are already going on. This helps us immensely. One of the things that the partnership has learned, I think, is the benefits of being joined up, of finding out what each other are doing and looking at how we can add value to what someone else is doing, and really benefit from the variety of people involved. So the more we know, the more people we can join up, the better. One of the ideas which is kicking around, and we would need some funding for, is to try and create that environmental post box so that people can say what they're doing almost on a live map, so that you can see what's going on and you've got the opportunity to take part. But that's not cheap. So we need to look for some funding for that. But I'm going to suggest that we take our final speaker next, and then we free you up to get some refreshments and further talk. And I'd like to thank everybody for your involvement in that session. It's been tremendously helpful. So give yourselves a clap. Thank you very much. Laura.
So I've got the end slot. I'm keeping everyone from their tea and coffee, so I'm going to keep it brief. Gosh, what an inspiring day. As we come to the close, I just want to reflect on a couple of things that have really struck me. Today hasn't just been about the launch of a strategy. It's been the start of a shared commitment to nature recovery in Hertfordshire. The local nature recovery strategy gives us a clear shared direction. It's going to really help us align those priorities and efforts so that what we do genuinely contributes to something bigger, better, and more joined up. And I think you'll agree, we've seen some really, really inspiring examples of nature recovery in practice, from landscape scale initiatives and reconnecting habitats to community and urban action, that people and place piece, which is so important. What's been consistent throughout is the absolute importance of collaboration. No one sector, organisation or landholding can do this alone, but together the impact is absolutely real and measurable. It's absolutely key that we do this in partnership. We've also heard today about some of the challenges, balancing priorities, working across boundaries, scaling up delivery while ensuring what happens is deliverable on the ground. And that honesty actually gives me real confidence, because it really helps build solutions that are practical as well as ambitious. So the focus now is on delivery, as Peter and Lynn have talked about, and how we turn that ambition into action. And that route really does depend on everybody in this room. I want to thank Gascoigne Estates for hosting us today, to all of our speakers and the organisers, and everyone who has contributed their time, expertise and energy in getting us where we are today. I think the enthusiasm in the room has been really palpable. I hope you leave today feeling optimistic and motivated, because Hertfordshire has the partnerships, the knowledge and the will to make nature recovery happen at scale. So thank you very much.